Right now, we bring you all peace, love, and greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get the night started underway. You're about to be listening to another episode of Yeah, That's What I Said. Yeah, I said that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I said that. So we got a lot of stuff we're going to be talking about, ladies and gentlemen, right now. And we're looking forward to, kicking it with y'all tonight. Please feel free to call in at 504-294-LIVE, 504-294-LIVE. We're going to be talking about a wide array of subjects, from everything spiritual to political to social, ladies and gentlemen. But these are matters that need to be discussed, and there is no fear and shame here in this part of the cosmos, ladies and gentlemen, because we all trying to work this thing out. So if you got something to say, please go ahead and call in. We're going to play a little music right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you like the music and you like the conversation and you want to contribute to the cipher, please feel free to call in or leave a tip at the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen, or the Venmo. Yours truly, Mr. Mario Abney, once again bringing you peace, tidings, greetings, and love and blessings, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ring the ancestral bell in a hot second to put the vibration in a synergy and oneness, ladies and gentlemen. We are the sum of all of our DNA. The ancestors flow inside of you, ladies and gentlemen. Most importantly, the breath and the spirit of the Most High is inside of you, ladies and gentlemen. You were beautifully and wonderfully made. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must always strive for the highest love and light. Right now, so we're going to go ahead and ring this ancestral bell and bring this energy into synergy and oneness with the intent of, searching in the truth and moving in the truth and higher vibrations, ladies and gentlemen. So right now we're going to go ahead and ring this bell. We hope y'all doing good. Hope all is well. Please protect yourselves. If you don't have a pistol, get a crystal, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? It's a saying, if you ain't got a pistol, get a crystal. Or maybe you should have both. Well, most importantly, you got the word, It says that there's a proverb that says the power of death and life lies within the power of the tongue. So speak life over yourself. Speak life over your friends, over your family, over your projects and ideas as you expand forth to do great things. Right now, we're going to ring this bell, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ring it 9 times because 9 is the highest number before the cycle starts over again. So right now, we're going to ring it. We'll let that be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The energy is going up. 6, 7, 8, 9. Right now I declare that all things I'm doing are for my highest good. Ladies and gentlemen, for the highest good of good. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that we are blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, and protected. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that the knowledge of the Most High's love flows through each and every one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, and I declare that those of you all who are listening will be blessed, as we seek higher truth and higher knowledge and do the right things. Ladies and gentlemen, all things are working for the good of our favor, ladies and gentlemen. We speak those things. We speak great things. We speak love and happiness. Right now I'm going to play a little music, play a song entitled Footprints by the great Wayne Shorter. That was a Wayne Shorter song entitled Footprints, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we're going to play another tune. The name of this next tune, ladies and gentlemen, is entitled What Is This Thing Called Love? Yeah, so if you're enjoying the music, please feel free to leave a Cash App, a tip on Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into the discussions in a little bit. We're going to play some music, set the vibration, you know what I'm saying, and get everything feeling good. Then we're going to get into our topic for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're still talking about the flip when good becomes evil and evil becomes good, ladies and gentlemen. And there's a subtopic, when selling out your own kind pays the bills, ladies and gentlemen. So we gonna get talking about this thing, ladies and gentlemen, and on multi levels. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna play some more music right now. What is this thing called love? Ladies and gentlemen, that was a song entitled What Is This Thing Called Love. Right now we're going to play another tune, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play a short music video. The name of this music video is entitled Love and Trust, ladies and gentlemen. Then we're going to come back with some more music. And we're going to start the cipher for the night. We're going to have a good time, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a great conversation. So stay tuned in as we float through the cosmos and get into some of this and into some of that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be right back. You're listening to Yeah, That's What I Said. If you'd like to call in, if you got anything you'd like to add to the cipher, please feel free to call in at 504-294-LIVE, 504-294-LIVE, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to check out a song, and the name of this song is entitled Love and Trust. All right.
Let love directly into your soul. Let it consume you whole. Let it into your dreams. Where there is peace, there is love. Where there is generosity, there is generosity. There is abundance. Where there is abundance, there is oneness. Where there is oneness,
Cause I said when you got soul, I said when you got soul in your body, it's just like having instant grits. Ooh. Now some people might say, what does it mean? Well, I'm gonna tell you what I mean. Cause when you got soul, you can do anything. You can accomplish the unaccomplishable. You can move mountains. I said when you got soul, you can do what you got to do. Guess what? When you got instant grits and you're trying to fill up a meal. Peace, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. Yours truly, Mr. Mario Abney. The last song you heard was a original composition of mine entitled Love and Trust. And then you were hearing the intro to Instant Grits, ladies and gentlemen. Right now I'm going to play a song by the great Joe Henderson entitled Serenity.
yo, check this out. We're breaking all the rules.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all over the world. That was Joe Henderson song entitled Serenity, ladies and gentlemen. Right now we're going to do another song. The name of this song, ladies and gentlemen, is entitled, let me see here, Black and Blue. This is a song Louis Armstrong made very popular, ladies and gentlemen. The name of this song is entitled Black and Blue. So that was a song that the great Mr. Oh, thank you very much, or thank you. That was a song that the great, great legend Pops, the fantastic, the wonderful Mr. Louis Armstrong made very, very popular. And the name of that song was entitled Black and Blue. Right now we're going to play a little Miles Davis composition, ladies and gentlemen. And the name of this song is entitled Tutu. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying the music, please feel free. Hit the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. Like and share. Yours truly, Mr. Mario Abney. Coming to you from somewhere deep in the cosmos, ladies and gentlemen. About to play a song right now entitled Tutu by the great Mr. Miles Davis. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, the music is going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, my queen, my wife, DJ Kelly Fresh, she's going to come up. She's going to play one of her original songs, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very on-time message indeed, ladies and gentlemen. If you're out there and you're doing good all over the world, everybody say, yeah, yeah. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to an episode of Yeah, That's What I Said. Yeah, I said that, ladies and gentlemen. So we got a lot of interesting topics on deck. A lot of very, very important things to talk about and discuss, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to play a little more music, and then we're going to begin the cipher. If you're enjoying these deep travels into the universe, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to leave a tip on a Cash App $Mario ABN, ladies and gentlemen. So right now we're gonna play some more music. We've got a real groovy tune coming up by the incredible, the groovy, the beautiful, the talented
Test.
DJ Kelly Fresh, ladies and gentlemen. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to call in. We're going to have a great time. Play some music right now. Vibe it on out.
Name of the song is Spirituality. Written by me, but the beat was by a producer called Rare Beats. This song is about the questions that people struggle with all of their lives. And I found some of the answers since I've written this song. But here we go. I hope they can hear me. I'm singing behind my own track, though, so you'll hear me behind my track.
Can I talk about deep, deep things beyond reality? Can I be free to really explore all my spirituality? Is heaven a place in galaxies, or is it just a state of being? And is there a place where pain really lasts all of eternity? Can I really walk on water if I had faith as a mustard seed? Can my body really do things supernaturally? Are there other beings that know more than you and me? And why is melanin found in every single being? What was the world like way ago before Christianity? And where did all those people spend eternity? Do my ancestors really flow through my body? And why can't I find the beginning of Black history? Does that mean we were here before every living being? And can I teleport back in time and come back just fine? And is that really time? I mean, can we hit rewind? One thing that I know is that God is in me. I will never stop searching for every little thing. Never let nobody tell you spirituality. I'ma be just me, DJ Kelly, on this beat.
That was Spirituality by DJ Kelly. Words all by DJ Kelly. Beat by Rare Beats, Mario Abney on the trumpet.
Yeah.
How you
DJ
like
Kelly
that?
Fresh
How you
on the
like that
ones and
intro?
twos. DJ Kelly Fresh on the vocals, ladies and gentlemen. I almost said on the ones and twos. Ladies and gentlemen, it's DJ Kelly Fresh. Ladies and gentlemen, on
And
the
this
vocals.
is the future DJ Kelly Fresh that you hear in the background.
That's right, that's right. That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do one more tune, and then we're going to start the cipher for the night, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot on underway. We always do things a little bit differently, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more tune, and then we're going to start the cipher for the night. Yeah, that's what I said, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we're going to do a song, and the name of this song is entitled Soldier of Love, ladies and gentlemen. And while we're getting the song queued up, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for tonight is the Great Flip continued. And tonight we're going to talk about, we're going to get with it, and we're going to talk about something entitled as a subtopic, when selling your people out pays the bills. Very interesting things to talk about, ladies and gentlemen.
Another fresh mix with Mitty.
Ladies and gentlemen, matter of fact, we'll get the discussion underway now, ladies and gentlemen. As we make our adjustments, we'll come back with that tune a little bit later. So we're talking about the subject, ladies and gentlemen, the Great Flip, when selling out pays the bills. So as we jump right on into this thing, ladies and gentlemen, I find it very interesting that, amidst all of the things going on in the world right now, ladies and gentlemen, all of the things that we specifically, those of us who consider ourselves black, or the descendants of people who were enslaved in America, ladies and gentlemen, the indigenous black people on the planet, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very crucial time for us, if I would say so myself, ladies and gentlemen, because time and history has shown where, to be honest, the medical industry and the powers that control the world have not had our favor in their best mind, and our interests in their mind, ladies and gentlemen, or our best interests in their mind. So we find ourselves upon times where we're talking about a major health crisis that's going on all over the planet, and there have been many other health crises going on all over the planet as well for a long time, but this one in specific, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as if the people that control the world have wanted to shut it all down, ladies and gentlemen, and as things have been shut down, we have had a lot of very interesting things happening in terms of the financial aspect of the world, and how all of this is impacting black people in America, all over the world, but especially, I'm going to speak from the aspect of what I know here in America, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's been morally or financially. When you look around and you see the issues of the time and how they've compounded and they've themselves, and how they've joined themselves together, ladies and gentlemen, think about it. When the slogan "I can't breathe" becomes some kind of cry of freedom and justice. And we also face at the same time this pandemic, this so-called this pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, that they speak of, ladies and gentlemen. When you see these things going on, it's very ironic, that I can't breathe. The slogan "I can't breathe" it has made its way to mask, and you have to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, what is this really signifying? Queen, I think you got something to say.
Oh yeah, when you talk about the slogan "I can't breathe" being made as a statement from this man who was killed in such a violent way, it seems so disrespectful. I'm sure that this man would not want the slogan for him to be "I can't breathe." Being killed so violently, and we wear it on a mask so casually, "I can't breathe."
Yeah.
It makes it seem as though he sacrificed himself when he was really killed by evil people.
Yeah. The slogan, and this is, by the
It's
way.
such a weak statement to have for somebody who died in such a tragic way.
Yeah.
I can't breathe.
Yeah.
How about "I will never let nobody choke me again"? How about that slogan? But see, that's too real and too in your face for it to be on a mask. It's too aggressive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you put a non-aggressive statement on someone who died in a very aggressive manner. Never, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do that to me or anybody I love. I mean, I didn't sacrifice. Don't put that on me. Don't put that weak statement on my death.
Yeah, well, the thing I find interesting is that the whole that's a very good point. It's beyond interesting. It's infuriating, actually. If you
got to call us who?
Okay, welcome to the line. Who we got?
Hold on. All right. Oh yeah, you on the line with
Hello?
He said that.
Greetings. Who might this be tonight?
Brodash.
Who is this?
Brodash.
Kodak. You said Kodak?
I'm in New York.
Oh man, Kodak in New York. All right, talk to us, Kodak. How you feeling, man?
My mind is still a little foggy this morning. I had enough coffee.
Say that one more time.
My mind is still a little foggy this morning. I had enough coffee.
I have no idea.
Say that real slow, brother. We getting a weak transmission for
Mine
you.
is so foggy, I ain't had enough coffee. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Your mind is so groggy you haven't had enough coffee.
I
Yeah.
lost the dog.
You up?
I lost the dog.
You walked a dog?
I really love that dog.
Say,
no idea.
say that one more time, brother. You might have to call back because it's kind of distorted. Go ahead, say
I
that.
lost the dog.
You lost
Oh,
a dog.
you lost a dog?
He lost a dog.
Okay. And
My dog goes by the name Cat.
hey, brother,
It's clearly a prank call.
yeah, man. I think we got a troller or something on the
I
line.
beat the shit out of my wife last night.
You what?
I'm
What you
gonna
what?
fuck you in the ass.
Oh
All right,
my
all right,
God,
okay, all right.
all
So,
right,
all right.
right.
So, look, let me address this right quick because you know what I'm saying when you talk about good versus evil, you know what I'm saying? This is what we're talking about because as it's time to talk about real subjects, you can see right now that you know what I'm saying we have
enemy
the
on the
forces
line.
of evil, you know what I'm saying, coming against. You know what I'm saying? The
We got
cipher.
another call.
We got another call on the line.
Oh no, wait.
Okay. Well, hold on, Queen. Before you bring the next call on the line, you just let me know, and I'll let them know to hold on. But I'm gonna make these points right quick. Now, check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to a commercial break right quick so we can make some studio adjustments, and we're gonna get the.
Oh yeah, you do have another caller.
Okay. Bring the call in. Hello? Who we got on the line?
Yeah,
Matt?
yeah, this is Brother Air.
Yo, Brother Air. Yeah, man, we just had, I think it was a devil on the that called in a little earlier. You know what I'm saying? Trying
That
to.
was that was my cue to call in.
Oh, okay, okay. I
That
thought
was
we
his
had.
cue.
I thought we had a prank caller or something like that. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
it was. He said that was his cue to call him.
Oh yeah. That was your cue to call in. You know what I'm saying? Bring the reinforcements. You know.
How you doing, Sister Kelly?
Good.
Good. Giving thanks.
Yeah. So we were talking about you know what I'm saying, the energy that's going on right now. And before we break open the cipher completely, I just want to you know what I'm saying, let everybody know, if you dig what's going on, to feel free to call in and contribute to the cipher, and also to leave a tip at Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. So what I was saying earlier, was that the irony of "I Can't Breathe" being written on a mask in the middle of a pandemic. To me, that's a wake-up call on several thousand levels, you know what I'm saying? Because everything that's taking place is a result of us needing to, to breathe, one. Two, us needing to, raise the frequency and move beyond, volunteer slavery. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? Because in order to break the cycle of "I can't breathe" and seeing these murders, and and living amongst politically motivated diseases, and things that are beyond our control by the government, ladies and gentlemen, in order to break beyond that type of slavery and that type of enchantment to negativity, we have to begin to raise our vibration, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the things about raising our vibration, we have to begin to be honest with ourselves and not be afraid of the truth. So when I see
I am.
Yeah, be the great I am. When I see these per se slogans like "I can't breathe," which was the moniker of a murder, that became the moniker of a murder, which then is also the parallel opposite of, or is the effect of wearing a mask at the same time. You can't breathe, and the whole pandemic is about your breath. You see what I'm saying? We need to just begin to stop and look and say, what the hell is going on? Us, especially us, the descendants of enslaved people and melanated people all over the planet. If you listen closely, you will hear these big corporations and these fancy news shows talking about depopulation and talking about global preservation of this and preservation of that. We need to pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, because as you look at the articles, you'll see these different articles that's saying stuff like in every state they're finding these certain amount of chemicals that are in all of water now. So you look at it, they already selling water.
And there are all of these negative statements all over social media. I mean, I saw some on social media with a woman had all of these negative words written on her body in black: depressed, suicidal, unconfident, what is it called? Insecure. All of these negative statements that we label ourselves with, and we don't really realize that it's the media labeling us with these things. I can't breathe. Such a negative statement.
Well, see, when you talk about the power of words,
because I can breathe. If I'm here on this earth with a mask on, that means I can breathe. So why am I saying I can't breathe? Why am I saying suicidal and all of these death warranting things to the universe? Like, universe, please take me. When we are here alive, healthy, and happy. They want us to label us. They want us to be ashamed and insecure. No, I'm not ashamed. I can breathe. I am happy. I am confident. I will live forever.
Yeah, you have to begin to use your
words. They want you to say suicidal, depressed, especially for black, and it's the thing. They want black people to feel oppressed. I am not oppressed. Nobody is oppressing me. No white man, no white woman, nobody oppressing me. But they don't want you to say that. They want you to say, I'm oppressed. Black lives matter. That's such a weak statement in itself as well. I can't wait till we have a show on that.
Well, it's all, it's all here. It's all here.
We can have a show right now.
That's what we're doing, and we don't have to. One thing about this show, you don't have to, wait to say what the topic is, because it's all related. And that's what we have to understand, is that you have to have inner knowledge. You can't just move off of what you see. You have to move in a deeper felt things. When people be like, you thinking too deep, it's not that serious. It's always that serious. If you know the time that the Creator gave you and put in your body and the experience and the breath, and you in tune with yourself, it's always that serious. You know what I'm saying?
Well, have you ever seen the rendering of the slave auction?
Yeah.
And on the auction block, slaves have masks on.
Mm.
And so what they've done is they've bought some things that if we have some overstanding to what's going on. Okay, we talking about the breath, and we're talking about things that now that's on people's tongues as far as things that they're talking about. Well, the breath, I can't breathe. We're talking about the breath, and we're talking about mucus. And that's where they talk about the coronavirus creates mucus on the lungs.
Yeah.
Now, this was right up our alley as far as what we do at mucusfreelife.com, because we've been talking about mucus and air gas in your body is an air gas engine for over 40 years. So it was perfect, man, for us to see like all these things are coming back around. Now they're talking about breath, and they're talking about it in a way, I can't breathe.
Yeah.
No, you can't breathe if you're wearing a mask.
That's what I'm saying.
But what do they have everybody in? A mask, and we've gone along just like little sheepish sheep. We're playing the game. There's nothing that we feel that we won't stand up against. And this is key. And Sister Kelly, I know you can feel this. Mm-hmm. All the brothers and sisters that you know and I know in the conscious community, we're talking about black folks now, and we could talk about reasonable Caucasians and all different ethnicities, but I'm dealing with black folks. I watch the conscious brothers and sisters that been talking all this militancy and revolutionary stuff over 40 years, man. And when this pandemic hit, they was so in line. Yeah. It wasn't funny. Nah. It wasn't funny. And I'm telling you what I've seen in terms of.
You mean like in line with the
in line with the directions.
With the yeah.
Well, see, my thing is this all it took to take us out the game?
Man, this is scary.
Like, wait a minute, we've been talking about all this militant revolutionary stuff, and
it's very scary.
You went for this, the pandemic, and you went and all that militant, and I'm seeing all these militant revolutionary brothers with masks on.
And let me add to that.
Examining these strands ourselves.
Let me add to that right there.
If we're going to let
Check it out. Let me add to that right quick.
Life, then these strands need to be examined.
That's what then happened. That's what then happened. You get to talking to the brothers and sisters, and the brothers and sisters that you thought had a little backbone that was stood up. Man, they buying into this.
Yeah.
They believe in it.
This is the scariest time ever, but it's also a very liberating time, because now it's separating the wheat from the shaft. Is that how that saying goes?
The wheat from the tare.
The wheat from the tare.
There it is. There it is.
So look up that Bible verse real quick.
It's not a scary time. It's a shift. It's a shift to understand what we need to be dealing with. It's a shift to who we need to be listening to.
So
And that's ourselves. And you did what I'm
exactly.
saying. So this thing
Yeah, you will
is a
die
shift.
trying to
That's
wait for somebody to
that's
come
what's
up with a
going
cure for
on.
you. Yeah, you will literally die waiting for someone to come up with a cure for you. And you know, Donald Trump did, when he was sick, he did exactly what I would do. Go to the people that I trust and that I love and put up a concoction that I believe in. You know, you can't wait for nobody to come up with no cure for your own body. If you don't know how to heal yourself and you waiting for the government to heal you, you got more problems than the COVID virus.
Well, you know, being that
Yeah.
Trump is the government, you know what I'm saying? We
But
have
I'm
to
saying he didn't look for the
but check
government
it
to
out.
heal him.
We have to examine this on a deeper level. You see what I'm saying? Because as we examine this whole thing, first of all, you know, you have to look, you know, we dealing with the health level, right? But then beyond the health level, let's look at it in terms of the social level or the racial level, which is a level that exists. This is being marketed heavily to black people on every level. It's being marketed as far as the transmission, and it's being marketed heavily as far as the so-called need for this virus. You see what I'm saying? So when we look at this,
And black folks don't need to be listening to these white folks that's been lying to them for hundreds of years.
Hundreds
They
of
ain't never
years.
told the truth. And it just amazes me on how many black folks is buying in. And see, it lets me down in terms of, is this all it took to take y'all out the game? Boy, I'm glad that it didn't get to the point where we in the trenches together. Because I sure don't want to be in the trenches with these old sad, backwards, handkerchief head black folks that I see.
you know, so we have to look at this, right? You know, because one of the subtitle for tonight is, you know, when selling out your own kind pays the bills. So what would you think about, you know, some of the you know, when we talk about the religious establishments, and you know, we talk and we observe the way they handling all of this, right? You know, I try to pay attention to what's going on as far as, you know, in social media, and as far as you know what I'm saying, the stuff going on in the news, and you know, just I kind of try
this
to
should
check
definitely
in
be the strongest
with,
time for
you
the
know,
church.
some of the things that's
It's
going
not.
on with the churches, and you know, just socially, you know, what our people is doing. And one of the things, you know, I've noticed is, you know, for a lot of the churches that, you know, would talk all of the faith healing and the power, you know, and this and that, you know, I mean, they, like you said, they right lockstep in line. And, you know what I'm saying, I mean, even down to the way the virus was politicized. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, it's almost like, you know, hey, if you get Donald Trump out of office, that means that you get rid of the pandemic. That was the way it was politicized on most of the networks. And, you know, so that made it kind of even harder for, you know, people to get not caught up into not examining, you know what I'm saying, you know, what's really going on. Because I would say one of the best ways to hide information other than putting it in a book is to put it in the mouth of someone that's publicly deemed not to be trusted. You see what I'm saying? So, you know,
Well, yeah.
if it was
mean,
levels of truth that, you know, someone like him, you know, like the president, you know, could have been delivering on increments, you know, the way the media spin everything, you see what I'm saying, made it like anything he says is not to be believed at all. Anything anybody associated with him,
and we keep believing, and we keep watching mass doses of that television.
Yep.
And we just run step with whatever they say. Oh, the coronavirus is killing people just rapidly. People are just dropping dead. And it's a lie, because like I always tell people, if you don't know how your body operates, then you can be told anything.
Right.
Yeah, like,
You
man,
can
I
be
don't
told
feel good.
anything.
Like, yeah, man, I feel great. No, man, you sick, man. It says here, you got it, you're sick. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I feel
The
great.
common cold is now COVID, because
Yeah.
If you have a sniffle,
It's killing people, the common cold. The
go to the
common
doctor
cold
and
is
get that
killing
test.
people. That's what they trying to get us to believe.
Yeah, you know what I'm
We
saying.
got another caller.
Oh, we got another caller. Come on in.
Y'all. Greetings, y'all. Greetings, y'all. How y'all
Greetings.
doing?
All right, peace,
Give us
peace.
thanks.
Peace.
Give thanks.
Peace.
Yeah.
Peace to the people. What's up, brother Mario?
What's up,
Sister
brother
Kelly,
Mahmood?
brother Air.
Bro-
How y'all
Mahmood.
doing?
My
Yo.
move.
What's up? How y'all doing?
So-
Greetings and blessings.
Hanging.
So, you know, as we
I
talk.
seen you on there. I seen you writing something, man. I didn't know if you was gonna come in or what.
Huh.
No. Of course I'm gonna come in, man.
So, you know, we're
No
definitely.
doubt.
Beautiful.
Let me jump in there, y'all. You know, well, it's definite that, you know what I'm saying, we've caught some people attention because we had you know what I'm saying, some crazy person calling in, you know, talking a lot of mess, you know, and you know, I'm just saying that to say that, you know, that is just an indicator we are definitely in a time of things moving, ladies and gentlemen, and we have to not be afraid to let the truth move in the frequency that it needs to move. So right now we're talking about all of these controversial issues that's on the table, and you know, tonight I want to really push the conversation and take things a little bit further, you know, and a little bit more imaginative, just as we explore this thing. So you know, they talking about, you know, we've come into the Great Conjunction. I don't know if y'all aware of the Great Conjunction, but it's the time where Saturn and Jupiter are aligned, and Jupiter represents the planet of release and the planet of communication, the planet of is like release and opportunities open up and things like that, and it's supposed to be this real optimistic vibration. And you know, almost revolutionary vibration that's supposed to be in the air. And then Saturn, they say, represents the planet of rule and the planet of karma and the planet of that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So I find it very interesting that, you know, going into these times, you know, that we are right here. We're at the gate now. We're in the age of Aquarius, according to, you know, all of these old ancient calendars and things. You know what I'm saying? We've officially entered the age of Aquarius, and you know, it's in the Lord's prayer, you know, when we get to on earth as it is in heaven. So you know, my question right now is, as we enter the age of Aquarius, you know, as go ahead, give them some background, some accurate background on the age of Aquarius, Queen, when you get a chance.
Well, this is all about the significance of the 21st of December, yesterday. So it says that changes are going to happen in this day for humanity, and that the 21st of December is actually a pagan festival of the solstice, which is a time where the veil thins between the various dimensions. And we've seen documentaries about that day, although we looked in the sky, we didn't see the evidence of it. But it was supposedly going to be the day where everything would be transparent in the sky, and you would be able to see the planets align in the way that they actually are aligned, not the way that we learn in our social studies book. And so it started on the 14th of December with a total solar eclipse. And that adds an energy and opens a portal into a new energetic awareness. Our physical plane remains the same, but the portal will begin in new higher frequencies, which will aid us with energetic progression and evolution. The new range of frequencies and spiritual energy will create new spiritual awakening and abilities. There will be increased spiritual wisdom and growth in intuitive knowing. So the Great Conjunction on the 21st of December will magnify the portal energy of the 14th December, which was when the solar eclipse happened.
So, you know, as we talk about, you know, on earth as it is in heaven, I think this is the time, you know, and they, you know, when we look at what's going on, they talk about these lockdowns and all of this stuff. It's just everything is, you know, showing you that the answer is within, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, even, you know, people that are all about the government right now are kind of are real disappointed. You know, I saw where they gave another country so many billion, I think, and then when it got down to the stimulus money, they had $600. You know what I'm saying? So everybody is like, hold on, you know what I'm saying? And now even the people that are wrapped up into the carnal, aspects of what they think, well, being American and all of those things, and Western people. Yeah, so this is a time right now where we all got to go within. Before I continue on, Brother Era or Mahmoud or Kelly, anybody have anything they want to add to this? Because I'm going to keep going in on this and as far as what I'm seeing.
Well, you went a few different directions, but I mean, it was all good, in terms of the planets. And my thing is we have a holiday coming up.
Uh-huh.
And it's called, as we call it, Christmas. This is 3-4 days away, maybe.
Friday.
I think it's this Friday. Yeah. So okay. So this is the Christian holiday, as they claim it to be the birth of Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what we grew up learning and understanding and just totally ingrained.
Yeah.
What I always ask black men and black women too, I guess, from America, Mamu, I don't know, man, if this would, but you might relate to this, but the one thing about the whole Jesus is that when I close my eyes and people talk about God, and I close my eyes and I think of God, the first person I see is that white Jesus that was up on pictures. Now, what I'm saying is, when you close your eyes, we talking subconscious.
Uh-huh.
How deep is that when you close your eyes, and if you was asked to think of God, and you close your eyes and you see that white Jesus,
mm-hmm.
how deep in the subconscious is that, and how does that affect your behavior?
Yeah. Now, brother,
if you relate to it, now that could just be me. I always talk to people about it, and other brothers have said yes. That's exactly what's happened. They can close their eyes and they see that it's subconsciously, and that's heavy. That's deep subconscious. When you closing your eyes and you seeing something like that, that's letting you know how ingrained. And I'm saying there's behavior behind that. That's how deep the problem is, and how much work we have to do.
Yeah. Well,
to relearn ourselves.
And that's why it's important that we have these discussions. So right now, as we talking about, what I'm saying, that part of this cipher, when we began to look into the scriptures and we quote the scriptures, and, what I'm saying, I grew up in the church, and there came a point in time in my consciousness, I'll say it was really like late teenager, like in college, what I'm saying, where I just start, what I'm saying like looking for the black Christ, right? And as I began to dig and I began to look, so let's say late high school, well, in our church, they taught that he was a brother, what I'm saying, in like the, what I'm saying, but it didn't nobody really went in on the history. It was more so like, what I'm saying, we knew that it's something in my soul knew that Christ and the people of that time were, what I'm saying, like us. You see what I'm saying? And as I began to look, everything, it's said that you don't learn things, you confirm things, right? As
Yeah.
I began to look and research in history, you know what I'm saying, from then till now, everything that I began to see and everything I've seen has led back to the identity of self. And as black people, as melanated people, you know, we have to really look at the world for what it is. You know what I'm saying? We're dealing business in a language that's not ours, right? Not only here in the United States, but all over the world. You know, somebody speaking French is either Spanish, French, English. You know what I'm saying? Those are like the major business languages. You know what I'm saying? That's what you get taught as a second language. You know what I'm saying? If you come from Mexico, you got or you get taught a second language rather in United States, it's probably Spanish or French. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, Queen.
But I think yeah, I definitely agree with Brother Air that I used to think that whenever I thought of Christ, it was a white image that came into my mind. But then I learned about that sun, the actual sun, the sun that we see every day, actually dying every day. And it's called the summer solstice. And it actually happened, yes, it's on the 21st of
Winter
December
solstice.
every year. And the sun,
Winter solstice.
It's the winter solstice.
winter solstice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Where the sun actually dies and is reborn again.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
that just signifies to me that everything that we know is true has to be true in like a metaphysical astronomy type of way.
And yeah.
You know, because so it's not so much about the Bible, but it's about the truth that your spirit receives from the Bible, because the truth stands. It can't be defeated.
Well, think about this. If you are reading a book that's talking about people in that region of the world, why would we at any time ever think that people were white?
Well-
That's the brainwashing. I mean, that's the that's the whole conditioning. How are you gonna oppress people and control them and enslave them if you're not gonna brainwash them? You know what I'm saying? This is a part of the whole schema of
So-
the politics. Okay, you gotta look superior. You know, you gotta look superior even more than the creator, and that's what they're reflecting, and that's what they're telling us with their sciences and their technology. There is nothing above us. Okay,
Yeah.
and
So let me jump in there
The
right quick.
center of the truth, the center of the beauty, the center of the education,
So
the center of everything.
let me
So,
jump in there right
Brother F,
quick, y'all. Let me
so
jump
white
in there
people
right
would not
quick.
have been able to survive in these regions. I just want to clear, right?
Yeah.
Say that again.
So white people would not have been able to survive in these regions that we read about in biblical times, correct?
Well,
Are you
Or
asking me
they
is
weren't
that
in
what I'm saying, or
Yeah, like
do I believe that?
No, like when you said, why would we believe that white people were in the Bible? Are you saying that they didn't exist?
Well, the point that I was trying to talk about was that I know how we read the Bible, and I know how much the Bible means to black people, and where did the confusion come with? I mean, even still until the 70s, man, people, black people, they would not take that white Jesus down off their wall.
yeah. Yeah.
You
Well-
dig?
That's what
So that's what I'm talking about. It's like, how can we be that confused? And we're talking about that region of the world, and we still don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The Jesus
Well-
was. I came up in a Methodist in a Methodist church with Gregorian chants, and it was just the jivest thing in the world.
Well, you know.
And so,
Well,
Go ahead.
go ahead, brother Aaron. Then I'm gonna jump in there.
no, I'm just saying that the brainwashing and the but the belief system is still there because look at how we reacted to COVID.
Yeah.
Where is that kind of brainwashing coming from?
Man, well, let
You
me
see what
jump
I'm
in there.
saying?
Let me jump in there, right? So, you know, as the church at one point in time used to really be a place where, you know, black folk assembled, and you know, and when they assembled, there was a certain type of political consciousness where, you know, it felt like, you know, as far as the things I've read and the documentaries I've watched and the older people that I talk with, you know, the church was like the uniting principle for the black community post slavery and post, you know what I'm saying? So there was a certain go ahead, go ahead.
That place.
Huh?
It was that place.
Yeah. And you know, although a lot of, you know, our ancestors were under the spell, there were a lot of us who were advancing our way out of that and used the church as a way, you know, to organize to move our people ahead socially. So, you know, as they talk about, you know, things post 60s, you know what I'm saying, like is always a talk of our people, you know, after the civil rights movement, you know, that's when, you know, the black exploitation movement started. Or not movement, but that's when the black exploitation vibe started. So, you know, when I talk with people, they talk about the whole black exploitation vibe, and, you know, not totally demonizing, because there was certain parts of that had cultural value musically and, you know, style wise and things like that. But when our people, you know, came out of the 60s going into the 70s, we start focusing more on the dollar, you know, getting in the establishment, becoming part of the establishment, trying to get that job, trying to, you know, fit in, trying to further assimilate, because we had fought to get.
They came up with the $10 an hour job. They started giving folks jobs at the car plants,
at Ford and GM, and you know,
things like that, and so people put down the dashikis and put on the
tie and a short sleeve white shirt,
uniforms, the uniforms, and they went. And I mean, you know, my mom was the first round of black folks. My mom was the assistant postmaster in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
but she started out in the early '60s as the first round of black women that they hired to work at the post office.
Yeah.
And them women, after they all retired, they would get together every year until all of them passed. They would still get together. But so the point I'm making with that is that I was raised on that kind of mentality.
Yeah, if I might jump in there too.
And
I was too.
I was raised on that kind of mentality, but I mean,
and tell the people where you from.
Car, man, when
tell
I was
the people
16,
where you from,
man,
Brother Air.
You know,
Brother Air, tell the people where you from.
That was the kind of. Can you hear me?
Yeah, tell the people where you from, Brother Air.
I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
So, you know, just paint the background of Cincinnati, you know, as far as like, you know, post 60s.
Yeah, I mean, I was born in '59.
Yeah. So
go
ahead.
Well, I was just trying to, you know, like my reason why I feel and I do the things that I do now is, what's the saying? Much is given, much is expected. Yeah. So when I was young, growing up, I mean, not a lot of us, you know, not a lot of the parents had, you know, a lot of, especially black folks, had money that, I mean, like I say, my mom was an assistant postmaster. We were living in an all-Jewish, we were the only black in the 60s that was living in an all-Jewish neighborhood. So I could have went a whole different direction in terms of consciousness.
Yeah.
But what it did for me was it showed me what I really needed to be working on, was getting myself together, relearning myself.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like, I, you know, when I was 16, turned 16, my mother took me to the car dealership, bought me a new car.
Wow.
You know, I mean, there wasn't a lot of black folks that could do that, you
Yeah.
know. And so I wanted to study music. I had the nicest equipment. But my mom was real super cool though. She wasn't no bougie person, and she wasn't about making people feel like, you know, she was better than them. She always told me with the music piece, like when like she would give me the equipment, she's like, look, like, okay, I don't know nothing about music. But I'm gonna get this equipment, and you better, if you really, because she told me, she said, if you love this stuff, then you need to know everything you need to know about it. So I got involved in the Youth Symphony Orchestra for a couple of years and traveled with them, and just studied, you know.
Yeah.
And I really got into study because my mom, it was about not letting my mother down, because she was like, okay,
Did you know your
you're gonna
pops?
do this.
Did you know your pops growing up?
Yeah, he was there, and then they ended up splitting up, and he moved up into Detroit, and once again, there was a story about them splitting up because he wanted to go to Detroit to get the car factory job.
So let me
back
jump
the
in there.
60s.
Let me jump in there right quick, right? So it's several things that, you know, looking at the way things are moving right now in our society and the energy, and we're talking about the black family coming together, and we're talking about, you know, ending this stupid energy that they've been trying to put, you know, in the black community, especially, you know, but the negative energy between the sexes, you know, even, and how capitalism or how greed and money is the fueling force that is the main cause of division in so many families. You know what I mean? So, you know, we need both the divine masculine and the divine feminine principle to, you know, extend our life force on this planet. But, you know, bringing everything whole circle to the conversation that we're talking about. We're talking about the presence of black people on the planet, living on the planet. This whole thing, that's what it's really about when we talk about when good becomes evil and evil becomes good, and the great flip. And we're talking about the, you know what I'm saying, selling your people out. When selling your people out, pay the bills, you know. So when we talk about the battle, even the portrayed battle of the sexes that's, you know, projected upon black people, you know, is done through, you know, through materialism and money. You see what I'm saying? And the psychological effects of having it and not having it, as far as how it plays out for each sex and what each sex's role or responsibility is with money and generating money, right? These have been things that have led to, you know, the breaking up of marriages, of child, you know what I'm saying, broken families, you know, suicide, child support, and all type of things. And that's all part of the system of things that we are under.
This is what I wanna ask all three of y'all. I'd like all three of y'all to answer this in any way you want to, but because you keep saying the flip, when good became evil, evil became good.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's deal with when the strong became the weak.
And the weak became the strong.
And what I'm relating that to is, how did black folks lose their vitality and all of a sudden the strong became weak?
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear y'all talk about, like, what happened, because
Yeah.
We
So
were supposed to be the kings. We always hear us talking about kings and queens,
yeah,
and we was just
let's
okay.
get
But
into this. So
how did the strong become weak?
so when we're talking about how did the strong become weak, you know,
I could tell you
from my perspective of things, from the things that I've checked out, and just linking this up and linking that up, I believe it's a multifaceted answer. One being when we uh fell out of the knowledge of self. When we talk about technology, now I've checked out some stuff with the Nation of Islam. They got a cartoon series called the Big Head Scientist, right? And in the Big Head Scientist, they tell the story of Yaqub. So when they tell the story of
Oh,
Yaqub, and I'm not saying this is true or not, but and this is just my perception of things, cause I'm about to break things down on a crazy level of how I'm looking at certain things. So when they get to talking about Yaqub, they spoke about these beings that lived on the inside of the earth, right? And these beings used to go up and dwell with the earth people or whatever, but some kind of way, some interspecies mixing came, and but everybody was black at this point in time, and with this interspecies
Yeah.
mixing that came, Yaqub came out with a big head, and all his people was laughing at him and stuff like that, right? So and this is a metaphoric story, by the way. I'm not saying I believe this to be true, but there's a lesson in this. So
Good.
you know what I'm saying? So because when I look at religious
Good, 'cause-
stories, I look at them from a metaphorical value. You know what I'm saying? Because the metaphysical is contained within the metaphorical, because the metaphysical is what can be explained, but the metaphor is how you explain the unexplainable. You know what I'm saying? So so anyway, Yaqub came out looking crazy, and his head was big, and everybody was laughing at him. So Yaqub was salty, and he went away, and he was like, I know what, I'm gonna create a being that looks exactly opposite
God,
of
he
y'all.
found the power of magnetism.
Oh yeah,
before
he
that.
found. Thank you, Queen. Thank you very much.
Power of
He
magnetism.
found the power of magnetism. Now, when you look at magnetism, thank you very much, Queen. He found the power of magnetism. Now, magnetism, when you think about magnets, they opposites attract. The two different opposite poles will draw onto each other, right? So he was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make somebody different than all of y'all, and y'all going to worship him. And then, basically, he began to do this on the island of Patmos, where he started eugenics, actually. You know what I'm saying? And he
This is
was
actually what Farrakhan teaches.
yeah, and I'm not saying I believe this, but the metaphoric value in it. So he created these beings that looked a lot different than the people he came from. And because they looked a lot different, the people began to treat them better than their own people, out of their inquisitiveness, out of being inquisitive, out of the curiosity. They began to treat them better than their own people. And we look in history, what do we see? We see the story about the Native Americans taking in the pilgrims and showing them how to survive on the land, and this, that, and other. And when you look at traditionally, you look at any of the movies, you know what I'm saying, you always see even in the kung fu movies, you'll see the west, the guy come from the west to the east, and he look different, and he become the chosen one some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? He come in there, you know what I'm saying, and the next thing you know, he got the glow. He kicking Chen Lu ass. You know what I'm saying? Chen Lu done studied under the master his whole life. He done fell in love with the master's daughter and everything. But here it is. You know what I'm saying? You got Billy Williams, Billy Thomas or something like that coming in. You know what I'm saying? And he learned their deepest secrets and arts. And I think that says something to the human psyche and a part of the human being, because on one hand, I think the lesson in that and is that you always have to learn to look within, because the scripture says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. You can't love your neighbor if you don't love yourself. And if you don't love yourself, somebody
Yeah.
else can come in with fake love, and they can beguile you, and they can lie to you,
I,
and they can get you to worship them and their ways. So, and I'm gonna wrap this up, you know what I'm saying? So, that's only in one instance out of these many metaphors that I would refer to. But I would say, before I wrap the point up, what I'm saying is, somewhere along history, yeah, and of course, the diet probably most likely plays the biggest role of it all. But in terms of the social aspect of things, and in terms of the love for self that we need to develop, you see what I'm saying? It's just like it's just like if y'all ever had a family member, and the family member treat people outside of the house, you know what I'm saying, better than they treat their own, people, you know what I'm saying, or somebody in a organization or something like that, or they never satisfied with what they got in their organization. They always trying to go outside of what they in, you know what I'm saying, it's just like, you have to learn to love what's uniquely yours, and not fall for the beguilement of saying you've been told this. Because you got to think about it, when we were in the civil rights times and before then, let's say right out of slavery, let's say probably like in the 1920s, 100 years from now to be exact, we had revolutionary times taking place back then too. You had Marcus Garvey, you had
Shout out
W.E.D.B. Du
Marcus
Bois.
Garvey.
You know what I'm saying? You had W.E.D. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, George Washington Carver. You had all of these great intellects, you know what I'm saying? And this was during a time where technology was changing to go into the century, another progression of time as well. You had, even down to the women's stuff, you know what I'm saying? They had the women's stuff jumping off, and I got my thoughts about that as well, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna wrap it up right quick, you know what I'm saying, on this part of the point. But you know what I'm saying, like, us as a people, we need to learn how to love ourselves and stay solid within what we have. And that don't mean that you gotta hate people outside of your own people, because there's black devils and white devils, is black angels, and I'm sure, you know what I'm saying, they're white angels too. I believe that you either good or evil, you know what I'm saying. But the black man has a special role and a special place in this cosmos, and we need to return to the knowledge of who we are, because you see what I'm saying, we the oldest, you know what I'm saying, we the old, and like you said, how did the strong become weak? So in closing that point, you know what I'm saying, when we begin to value intrinsically what we have, it's just like, being a musician, man. It's especially if you playing what people call jazz, your audience is always going to be white people. Now, I ain't going to say that because our people are waking up, but it's been my experience that most of my audience have not been black people. You see what I'm saying? And you look at the progression that's taking place in hip-hop right now. They got Eminem the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? So, we got to learn how to take back our music. We got to learn how to take back
jazz
our
is too
walk.
complicated for them to want black people to understand. I'm from New Orleans, and the thing that people come to New Orleans for, which is the jazz and the swamp tours and, well, the food, I'm accustomed to that. But the other two things, we didn't learn nothing about that in high school. But Caucasian people come down here for that, and they get their spiritual and their mental energy energized by listening to jazz music. But they want us to listen to, girl, you look good. And that's stimulating too in its own way, because it's black people and we got our own soul. But they don't want you to be able to free your mind like you do when you listen to like free jazz or straight ahead jazz.
Yeah, well, the music.
And I want to answer that question that Brother Air had too.
Go ahead.
Well, I believe it all started with the first vote, when we didn't have anything to vote for yet. When that first vote happened, when they first said, we want to be able to vote. Before any of us were born, before the ancestor that we can remember in our memory was born, there was a vote that said, we want a king. We want a president. We
That was
want
the Hebrews.
somebody
Oh,
to
yeah,
govern
okay.
us.
Yeah.
That's when all of that. That's when the fall of the consciousness of man really, and black man especially, really started.
Nice, nice,
What
nice.
about Mahmoud? I still got more to go on that, and I want to go a little bit deeper on some things too. Mahmoud, go ahead.
I think it goes way back. You know, it started, in my humble understanding, that way back when we had the mystery system, okay,
Yeah.
which was governed in everything, you know, which was the highest power because it was the knowledge.
Yeah.
We had some foreigners join after the kingdoms and the empires got weaker and weaker. You got to understand that each empire has a day to end.
After the
You
dynasty
cannot be
period.
Yeah, no matter how long you stay in power, it's going to crumble down. This is
Yeah.
just how it goes, you know, the ups and downs of the thing. And we know, and we prophesied all this. Our ancestors knew, and they told us, hey, there's going to come a day when all of this is going to be gone, and y'all going to hit rock bottom. So it started when we started messing with them foreigners, specifically the Greek. When we started messing with the Greeks, and we got
Alexandria.
weaker and weaker, and we made the mistake that we made them join our mystery system, which has all the knowledge to govern everything. And this sacred knowledge got, let's say, I don't want to say stolen, let's say borrowed, and used against us, and it's still being used against us. And this is when we lost it all. And like what Brother Mario said, we lost the knowledge of ourselves and our true science and our true power. And that was like just the beginning of it. And we, in all these ages, it's just been going down and down and getting worse and worse and worse.
But we are in the upswing again now. You know what I'm saying? And that goes back into the grand conjunction. So now we're at a place where we began and see brother Air. You are a messenger, man. And Zach Ramsey is another one. Dr. Sabi was another one. You know what I'm saying?
Woo! Rest in power, Dr. Sabi.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are right on time, because all of us that live in, everyone that's on the earth right now, we're blessed to have the opportunity, and we've been called, you know what I'm saying, to usher in this new time. You know what I mean? Because after the prophecies fulfilled themselves, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be a whole new chapter. Although there's nothing new under the sun, there are going to be new prophecies. And I would like to get into it, even on a spiritual level, and on a take it out of the planet, right? So I heard you someone mention something about how when we were talking about the whole Jesus thing, and Jesus being white, and from the image that they tried to paint in our subconsciousness. So what I find wild, if y'all look at some of the articles and stuff that's going on right now, if you check it out, everything is venturing further and further and further out about space. Everything has become. It's not by chance that President Trump made a space force. Everybody laughing at it, but if you begin to do the research, what I'm saying, about the things going on, I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be the first thing I would do.
You know what I'm saying?
That would be the first thing I would do as president. What is going on out there?
Yeah, I mean,
And the fact that President Trump could build a space force, and Barack Obama didn't do the things that he had in his power to do because he says I couldn't do it because I was black, is just so disappointing. So disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's
Brother Mario, you witnessed a very strong point, by the way, earlier. I'm sorry to cut you off. What was the story of Yaqub, right?
Yeah.
Do you know there's a papyrus from ancient Egypt that talks about the same story? Have you heard about this story? I want you to go research it, man.
Wow.
I want you to go to research the story of the 4 major races that our ancient ancestors and it's very close to that
Yeah,
Yakub
so
storyline.
I was researching. Hey, Mahmoud, I was researching something about that earlier. And this ties in to something going back to the Bible. And see, this is what our people have to understand. We got to get out of the drama. We got to get out of being stuck at going to see Medea does whatever she does next. We got to get out of, all of the romance dramas and the silly hood dramas for a second, and began to open our horizons, broaden our horizons, and get into outer space and the things of antiquity that cause questions. Because when you look at the people that run the world, they making movies about Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth and things,
deep,
and
deep
giants
stuff.
and
Very deep.
you know what I'm saying. And so we really need to begin to do some research and get interested in things. And I wanted to jump back to the point of what I was saying, man, because when we talked about man, I just forgot. When we talked about becoming more imaginative, and you talk about the Bible, man. The Bible is like reading. It's way better than Lord of the Rings, man. You know what I'm saying? Like the Old Testament, when they talk about Noah's 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Yep.
Yeah. All
Yep.
that with if you into the races and stuff like that, and researching where races came from, research Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
And Japheth.
And
Or
Japheth.
Yep.
Japheth.
True.
Japheth. You know what I'm saying? Because those 3 people represent many races. You know what I'm saying? Ham represents dark races, and matter of fact, we might have to pull up some scripture on this, because this was like very amazing to me, what I was coming
They were
across.
each a nation.
Huh?
Each brother was a nation.
Each brother represented a nation, but also many tribes in a way, because under you had the Canaanites came. I think this is under Ham. Let me see.
This is Ham's grandsons. Which is Canaan, Cush.
Yep. Canaan, Cush, Mizraim.
Which they call Misr or Egypt after him.
That's yep.
I think who are the rest? There are many of them, and those are the most of the. It's all in the Bible. They tell you about these lands. They tell you about these ancestors in the Bible too.
And then you know what's
it's all there.
And, oh my gosh! And what's so wild, when the scripture was like, "I'm black but calmly." See, a lot of people were confused, have been confused about what he meant by "but calmly." So when they get to talking about the different the races, the dark races and everything like that, and they got to talking about Shem, the Shemitic people, they were I had to find this documentary and cite it and write this stuff down, but they were basically saying something. They were still saying that the dark people were even if you are copper colored, that's a distinction between the dark races, but you could still be copper colored, and that's still a black race. So in this scripture, when it was like, I'm black but calmly, the calmly meant a different shade of black. You know what I'm saying? According to the way they broke this down, and I was just So when we talk about and this is how we all are one at the same time, because these were brothers, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They were brothers. They were not. You know what I'm saying? They were not related. They were actually brothers. So, when you talk about the human race, we can acknowledge that. But we can also acknowledge that we come from different tribes. You know what I'm saying? And that we come from different places. I really believe that we need to celebrate, you know what I'm saying, our differences on those levels.
Differences,
but, you know what I'm saying? Within going into what we were talking about, to go a little bit further.
Mario, when he cursed one of them is black.
When he cursed one of them is black.
That's when you were saying the racism. Is that what you?
Nah. See, now that part of the scripture, I need to go look at that again. You know what I'm saying? Because
One
that's
of them was
something
cursed
that
as being black.
that never vibe right with me. You know, and they ain't talking about the Hamitic curse, the curse of Ham. You know what I'm saying? That never, you know, and I'm still doing my research on that. And see, like upon my own search for knowledge, I take what I can and use, and what I don't understand, either, you know what I'm saying, I, like I say, reference the scriptures as a source of spiritual metaphor, but
Of course.
there comes a point in time where you make your you got, upon doing your research, you validate it based on, is it true in your experience, and you validate it based on the history, and you validate it based on the spirit, like test the spirit by the spirit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mahmoud.
I mean, see, in our age now, our ancient knowledge is fragmented in all these different books or holy teachings, or you got to look at all of them to see the whole picture. See, that's why they want to do all this sectism and separation, because if you look at all these scriptures, they say the same thing. They say the same idea. They have the same, let's say, metaphors, higher teachings, higher knowledge, spirituality. But in our age, they made sure they fragmented a piece of a puzzle here, a piece of a puzzle here, a piece of a puzzle here, and it was not by coincidence. It was by design. Okay?
Yeah.
So you don't see the whole picture. Me coming from the East and hearing all this stuff in the West, and it's exactly the stuff in the East, it's reassuring me, and it's showing me, yeah, this is true. This is how you know what's...
Tell me this. Why is it that I hear about the scriptures, and I've read the scriptures and the Quran and the Bhagavad Gita and the Torah and studied them, and I never hear a discussion about, and I like Sister Kelly to maybe look this up if she has the Bible there, the priesthood of Melchizedek.
Yep, Melchizedek, the ancient priesthood.
And I never hear discussions. I never hear discussions about that.
The order of Melchizedek. The order of Melchizedek. That's Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, if I might.
Let's get into that.
Let's get into that. My man, Brother Air, he getting deep with it. So, from my understanding of my knowledge of the order of Melchizedek, is that this order of Melchizedek has no beginning of time. Like this is something, an order that Christ belongs to.
No beginning, no end.
No beginning, no end.
What is
It's
that?
like
That's an immortal. That's an immortal.
Woo! I get chills down. I
No
just got
beginning,
chills,
no
man.
time, no ending. And check this out.
Yeah.
Why do we Jesus or Yahshua was in the priesthood
of Melchizedek.
So why do we elevate the student and not the teacher?
Amen. So man, so from my understanding, because I'm still researching it, but the order of Melchizedek was,
I found the scriptures that were relating to Melchizedek.
Beautiful.
Okay, let me finish this thought. The order of Melchizedek was an ancient priesthood, and from my understanding, rather, all of the ascended masters throughout the metaphorical religious experience of spiritual experience of mankind written down through history, I wouldn't be surprised if all of the ascended masters referenced all over the ancient texts all over the world are members of this order of ancient priesthood. Read that, Queen, and then I want to get into the thought that I was going to say relating to this.
So this is just what I found, the scriptures that were relating to Melchizedek, and just from seeing that all of the scriptures are like sporadic, it's a very mysterious thing that they don't really want you to understand. So, so in Hebrews says Abraham paid tithes to Melchizedek. Later, the Levites would receive tithes from their countrymen. Since Aaron was in Abraham's loins, then it was as if Aaronic priesthood were paying tithes to Melchizedek. That's Hebrews 7. And then the one who blesses is always greater than the one being blessed. Thus, Melchizedek was greater than Abraham, as Levi was yet in the loins of Abraham, it follows that Melchizedek is greater than Levi. That's also in Hebrews. The basis of the Aaronic priesthood was ancestry. The basis of the priesthood of Melchizedek is everlasting. That is, there is no interruption due to a priest's death. Also in Hebrews. Christ being sinless does not need a sacrifice.
Say that again.
Christ being sinless does not need a sacrifice for his own sins. Now that's relating to the priesthood of Melchizedek, and that's also in Hebrews. The priesthood of Melchizedek. The priesthood of Melchizedek is more effective because it required a single sacrifice once and for all, Jesus, while the Levitical priesthood made endless sacrifices, Hebrews. The Aaronic priests served.
Let me stop right there. So when they said the Levitical was of man, you know what I'm saying, and it required many sacrifices. If you go back a little bit, how they made the distinction that one was through lineage and one had no beginning, you know what I'm saying. So, you know, when we talk about,
We should just read Hebrews chapter
And no
7
and
through
no ending. And no ending.
and no ending, because so
No
let,
ending.
let me
The
jump in
complete
there.
circle.
Let me jump in there and say this right, because let's expand. Because when you brought up Melchizedek, it just made me want to just throw out there that, you know, when we talking about the Old Testament and all of the things of the old world as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the Son of Man, right? And when we talk about all of these things, we have to begin to expand our mind beyond the world as we know it. They talking about aliens and spaceships and stuff like that. They talking about alternate dimensions and things of those things, right? Like, I don't know, they talking about the multiverse. Multiverses
And Brother Marion, why aren't we talking about immortal?
being immortal.
I think we need to read the whole, if we have time. I mean, it won't take that long. But Hebrews chapter 7 and 8, because that really explains.
Hebrews chapter 7 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being by interpretation king of righteousness,
And
after that also king of Salem, which is king of peace, without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God, abideth a priest continually. Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils. And verily, they that are of the sons of Levi, who receive the office of priesthood, have a commandment to take tithes of the people according to the law, that is, of their brethren, they out of their loins of Abraham. But he whose descent is not counted from them received tithes of Abraham, and blessed him that had promises. And without all contradiction, without all contradiction, the less is blessed of the better. And without all contradiction, the less is blessed of the better. And here men that die receive tithes, but there he receiveth them of whom it witnessed that he liveth. And as I may so say, Levi also, who received tithes, paid tithes in Abraham, for he was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him. If therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, now see, this is some stuff I ain't never heard no preachers preach about right here. So if therefore perfection,
And you're not gonna hear nobody talk about it because
Never
we're
even
talking
read this
about
before.
immortality. We talking about immortality.
yeah, I
We
mean,
talking about death. We talking about death is unnatural.
It's not real.
yeah,
Death is unnatural. And
Yep.
and when you start talking on that level, now we got a whole. See, this is what I always talk
And let me
to
jump in
people
there.
about.
What
Let me
did
read
that
this
scripture?
last verse. Let me read this
Go
last
ahead, go
verse,
ahead.
and this is the reason why it's never preached.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hebrews 7:11. If therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should rise after the order of Melchizedek and not be called after the order of Aaron? Why has that never been preached upon?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's not going to be preached upon because
True.
we're talking about immortality. We're talking about death. We're talking about exactly what preachers and churches and religion dwell on is living and then dying.
Yeah.
And
You-
so what we're talking about with the whole mucusless breatharian piece, we're talking about immortal.
Yeah.
We're talking about death is unnatural.
Yeah.
You dig? So those are the connections of, to those scriptures. Nobody deals with that, and it's funny that you said that, Sister Kelly, because I always bring that up in religious settings, and nobody wants to deal with that.
Yeah,
You
because
did.
as I'm
Here-
like just reading
you-
this
here
to
you
myself, I've
elevating-
never read this book, and it's never, I've been in a Methodist church all my life.
Here you elevating Jesus, and here Jesus studied with this man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You see, and so it's elevating the student and not the teacher. And so, but the reason why you say, well, why ain't we them? Because they're talking about immortality. They're talking about death is unnatural.
So are you saying
No
that when
beginning, no ending, no beginning, no ending.
Yeah. So
when Jesus went into when they say in,
Joshua.
Matthew and Luke and John, when Yahshua studied in the temples by himself, this is who he was studying from?
He was, I believe he was studying.
Hey,
Yeah, it could have been.
Hey! Look, what does that scripture say? He was in the priesthood.
In the priesthood. So yeah, he had.
He was among others. You see, he was among others.
He didn't go to
Priest of
study
the
with the
Most High
Pharisees and
God.
Sadducees. He didn't go to study with the Pharisees and Sadducees. He kicked them out of the temples. You know what I'm saying? At times, and they always.
So we're talking about relearning ourselves. We're talking about relearning ourselves in a way that a lot of brothers and sisters ain't even ready to start dealing with that. And that's why I stopped eating. I said, well, okay, let me do something that, it's like death, come on. Okay, I'm supposed to die, that's what they say. That's what Western medicine said. Well, if you don't eat, you don't live. I said, well, come on with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to see how long I can go. Day went by, 2 days went by, 4 days went by, a month went by, 3 months went by, 7 months went by, 9 months. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? You get into what you think is possible, and immortality. If we are immortals, then death is unnatural. When you hear about people dying of all this constipation, because that's all diseases are nothing but a form of constipation. You can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. It's nothing but a form of constipation.
Yeah.
Something has obstructed the oxygen from flowing through your blood. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can die. When you don't have air, because we're talking about the breath, when you don't have air, and when we talking about mucus earlier, and when mucus starts obstructing, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
And that's the number
It's a
one.
wrap.
That's a defense against war, because we watched the David Koresh movie on Netflix. Mario, remember?
Yeah.
And the number one thing that made them succeed was food. And that was so crazy to me, because the first day when they started running out of food, they never
went on a fast.
said, all right, we're going to go on a 40-day, because it was like very Christian. They read the Bible, they read front to back. They never said, Well, Jesus fasted for 40 days, so we're going to fast for 40 days, and they ate until the food ran out, and then it was done. I mean, they lost, you know.
So let me
you can
ask
look at it. They lost because of food.
Yeah, they lost because so
Yeah, it is. You know what they lost because of? They lost because of material mythology.
material. Yes,
And that's what's done killed. That's what's killing our people is material mythology.
yeah. Now let me ask
We,
you,
we,
well, brother
know,
Air. Let me ask
ahead.
you. So as we see right now, black folk have every right to be upset and not to trust anything that any so-called higher system of authority is trying to get us to buy into. Why is it that do you think a lot of our the preachers in our communities, they remain silent on issues that really need discussion? They're silent about the Tuskegee syphilis experiments and the things that the background of a lot of the social programs they support, like Planned Parenthood. They support things like that, but they don't how is it that they can support these different things that would be detrimental to the numbers of the black community? But why do you think they support these things? Why do you think some of the so-called black preachers support these things?
First thing is they don't know nothing.
Yeah.
When you don't know nothing, you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So you become a big stomach. So you bow down to that stimulant.
Yeah.
And that stimulant is nothing more than a warm place to sleep, eat, and shit.
Yeah.
That's your whole existence. That's what you think is successful. That's your morality. That's your world. That's all you know.
His
When your
materialism
stomach,
is yep.
when your stomach and you're nothing more than 32 feet of impacted intestines. That's where your values are.
So some people
So
say
when you talk about why people are so docile, because they don't know nothing.
some people would say that there are worms in this mucus and a lot of the food that people eat, and that these worms are actually
Addictive.
miniature parasitic mind controlling evil forces, and I've heard somebody refer to the things like Gandina and the different gut problems, and when you think about
That's true.
the curse of being in love with food.
It's true, because I fasted and I have gotten it all out of my system and not had any wants for it, but then ate it again. And it is some type of parasite or something
It's an
that
addiction.
is addictive.
It's an addiction.
Yeah.
It's an addiction.
But when
It's
you
a
get it out of
drug
your system,
addiction.
you don't want it.
It's a drug addiction.
Yep.
It's a drug addiction. It's the biggest drug that we look. I always tell people this: cocaine and heroin and meth pairs in comparison to mucus and pus.
Yeah.
When we talking about addiction, see, because I know a lot of people, man, can stop smoking weed, can stop doing cocaine, even kick the heroin habit.
Yeah.
But when it comes to and can stop eating meat, and dairy.
Yeah.
But the hardest thing to stop eating is mucus. And what is mucus? Grains and starch.
Yeah.
Man, I
Yeah,
ain't.
That's the hardest
Hey, I'll be
thing.
the first one to tell you, man.
Yeah, it's
I'm on a
easier to
journey.
not do anything. It's easier for me to fast off of everything than to eat healthy. That's just for me.
Or not.
It's
eat.
easier to not eat than to just eat fruits and mucusless food.
Well, it's like
Well,
when we
that's
talk.
I know that's
where
weird.
you should be living. That's the way you should be living there.
Yeah.
If you thinking that and you know that, then why? And I'm not questioning because I don't know what you eating, but I'm just saying if you thinking like that, are you living like that?
Yeah. And you know, that answers a lot of the questions right there, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about when selling your own people out pays the bills, right? Because there's something intrinsically evil about crossing that threshold, and I ain't talking about you, Queen, you know what I'm saying, just in general, like when we talk about
No, I'm not.
not being able to abstain, you know what I'm saying, from the things that we know.
It is. That's the key word right there.
Abstain.
That's the key word.
To not, when we have a problem at abstaining,
Yeah, and
you're
brother,
literally talking about a battle between your spirit and your flesh,
and it's patience.
the yin and the yang.
You gotta have
Yeah.
a supernatural.
Yeah,
You
it
talked
is.
about that, brother Air,
You know,
the patience, and I don't think people really caught that. Like you have to
There it
have
is.
the patience. And patience means
Yes.
yeah,
so you know,
Yeah.
the
Patience, and you have to be consistent.
patience and be consistent.
You got to be consistent.
You know what?
And
You know that these are
Go ahead.
things that are necessary to be discussed. So another, you know, thing that I wanted to talk about also, you know, is we're talking about church and the churches, and you know, during this during this pandemic time, you know, I would, you know, suggest a lot of the churches, you know, this is actually a time that they can really begin to empower the community. You know, a few years ago, I had went to a preacher on the south side in Chicago, and I was with a good friend of mine, and I was going to check him out playing at his church, and I went and talked with his pastor. I had played at that church, and you know, I said, yeah, pastor, yeah, man, you know, if we really want to see a change in the community, you know, what we should do is, you know, all of the churches within the area, you know, they pull together their money, you know what I'm saying, and you know, they pull together their money and the resources, and they support one entrepreneur with some kind of a check, you know what I'm saying, like just imagine, you know what I'm saying, if you got 10 churches and within a 4-block radius, you know what I'm saying, and the hood is towed down, you know what I'm saying, that's a problem, man, you know what I'm saying, because, and you know, I talk with a lot of the people from the churches, you know what I'm saying, I remember one Sunday in particular.
what is it?
Yeah, it is a problem, because if, you know, and this is why I say it's a problem.
They all playing the same game.
They all
One
playing
just
the same
learned how
game.
to play it better.
Right, so this is the problem
Because
that
if
I
you
see.
going
like
over
in
there to
Harvey,
get something,
like
and you
up in
still play the same
Harvey,
game.
like in Harvey, you know what I'm saying, like in Harvey. You know, I was walking down the street. I had went back home to Chicagoland to Harvey one time, and you know, the night before, somebody had got shot. You know, and like they found him in the yard, not in our yard, but it was in the block. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I was just walking down the street, because this dude was like 15 that day, you know, and I was really upset, you know, and I was just looking around, and I'm seeing Harvey look bad, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed all of the churches, they still running, you know what I'm saying? And they find a way to have service every Sunday, and you know, and I was saying to myself, you know, if all of these churches took they tithes for 1 week and combine them all together in agreement to support one family, that family would probably have the business boost enough for their business to give right back to the community via some jobs and just moving finances. And that's another thing that we have to be,
business, baby.
you know what I'm saying, begin to do, you know what I'm saying, as a people, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying.
but you hold your breath on that.
Yes, business.
You know, yeah. You know, they say it's business, you know what I'm
Hold
saying.
your breath,
Business
waiting for the
usual.
churches to align with that.
Yeah,
you know?
I know, you know what I'm saying.
Because, you know,
But
churches profit off of death, too, because
Yeah.
ain't no free weddings and ain't no free funerals.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
You know that's right.
but you know, when we look at those things and we talk about, oh, you know what I'm saying, why people don't, you know what I'm saying, mess with the church, the A, B, C, and D. Let's go beyond the church. But let's become spiritual and study these scriptures, and we can look back and find ways, you know what I'm saying.
You know what I
like,
think people should be studying when they go to church? They should study the business.
the business.
How are they able to get people to believe in what they are doing to give them money?
Well,
People should study the business.
It is. It is the number one. Churches are the number one businesses in black community.
Yep.
Yep.
They are
Tax
the number
free
one.
business.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be on their
Yeah.
level.
Tax free
They're
business.
How
Well,
can I
they're
get
the
people to
number
believe
one business,
I'm doing
man.
good?
Well, what profit a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? You know what I'm saying? Because at the
Man,
same
ain't nobody.
time
Ain't
now,
no.
you know
look,
what I'm saying?
Look, Mario.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody believing that in church. Ain't nobody. People can read the scriptures all day and can quote them, but they don't believe that stuff. They
You know,
look
but
at
you know,
like, man,
but
you
you know
actually-
what?
You
You know
actually
what, brother
believe
Air?
that shit.
Brother
They
Air,
be looking at you like, man, please.
brother Air,
Like,
brother Air.
Let they have
we got a
some
gravy
important
train
service.
going, and we gonna get look even now with the churches closing down and they're
Yeah.
doing the church online streaming, the ministers are loving it because they get more people that can sit their ass at home and push a PayPal button
Yeah.
and send money instead of coming into
Man, that's
the
a
church.
great point,
And the
man.
churches is loving it because they don't have to have nobody cleaning up. They can
So
fire all
if-
the janitors.
So if they
Yeah.
could
See?
do that,
They can they can sit in an empty church and just sit there on the screen and give their sermon every week. They don't, you know, I mean, they don't have to have a lot of things, man. I mean, this is what they finding out the good part of it. But they telling you, well, we want to gather. We want to gather.
Yeah,
You know,
you're
we want to
so
get
upset.
back. We want to get back.
And see,
I'm
is that-
watching churches.
So
and they're
why
doing
is-
parking lot. They're doing drive up in the parking lot. Drive up in the parking lot and get Thanksgiving dinners.
so why
Don't
is
come
it
in the church, though. Don't come in the church.
right? And even when they were open, let them have some important service about Jesus and somebody from the street who's homeless coming there interrupting stuff,
Oh,
talking
you
about
can't
can
come
I
in
have
here
some
with-
money?
You can't come in here with all
Boy,
that.
you gonna get put out so quick. And
No,
so
man.
why is it that
You ain't even gonna get on. You ain't even gonna
Churches
get on the premises.
can figure out how to generate this money from selling something that is not even for sale? You selling salvation. You selling happiness. That ain't for sale. People get that for free. So why is it that black people who actually have something for
people
sale
want to know.
can't monopolize?
People, you tell people what they want to hear, and that's all they require when it comes to the Bible. If you can get in the Bible and you got a good mouthpiece, and you can talk some shit and be a little humorous and get over a little message, like wow, that's
Oh, yeah, you know.
wow.
That's sad because
That's
I could
all-
actually
that's
be
all
a
that's
preacher,
required.
and
That's
I
all
would
that's
be
required.
selling my soul. If I could actually be a preacher, I could talk good. You know, I would be selling my soul at that point.
And that's why I said, what profit a man to
Yeah,
gain
but
the whole world
people
but sell his soul?
People don't. After the first big check, that all that reverence for that attitude right there,
Well,
Sister Kelly, goes out the window. They just like you. They just like you. I can talk. I can do this. And they say, but I can't sell my soul. But after that first big check, they be
Well,
on,
see,
they
this
be
is
on
the-
point every Sunday.
Yeah. Well, you know,
They
this,
be on
this
point.
is the thing, y'all.
Preparing through the week.
you know,
Dude,
justify
man,
this is the
themselves.
thing,
don't
y'all.
tell me
You
about
know
the
what
power
I'm
of money, the power of money, the power of material mythology. Done ruined us. It's ruined us.
Yeah. Well, brother Air, you know, like you said, you said they don't believe it, and I think that they, I don't think people in general are looking and thinking with the right lens because, man, I'm telling you, you get into the old school Bible stuff. I'm talking that Old Testament stuff is better than watching a movie, man. I'm telling you, like, but
when you live in when you live in the reality of constipation,
It's worthless.
which
to
is
you.
America.
Yeah.
When you live in the reality of constipation, which is stimulant on every level.
Yeah.
Go out. I mean, we got bars. Everybody getting drunk. Everybody, I mean, you can leave your house and within 2 or 3 minutes, here comes a fast food that you can drive up to the window.
Dopamine,
And get some
dopamine
garbage.
on every level, huh?
And so you see, and here comes Christmas. And what's gonna go down on Christmas? Plenty of food, people showing up, and they're gonna buy all this, take the money and give it right back to the oppressor for some old plastic item or some old crap. But they go in and they're gonna have a big meal, and they're gonna eat all of the worst foods that you could. They're not even foods. I have a thing that I release every Thanksgiving called the not food list. It's just it's like these are like macaroni and cheese is not food. Candy, sweet potatoes is not food. Dressing. Stuffed dressing is not food. You know what I mean? It's like things like that. But the things that we think is food, we just love it, man. We love it. I mean, we got some work to do, man. And
Dr.
everybody's
starving to death.
not willing to go that deep and have that much discipline
Detox.
and be consistent and patient to relearn themselves, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand the value in all of it, but I have not given up eating meat or mucus. But I do understand the need to do that. I ain't gonna lie to myself because I ain't stopped doing it and say that it's crazy. I do understand that is the power of living. Right
and
now.
ultimately, you know what I'm saying, if one can master that part of themselves, the other outwardly things that the world wants to challenge us with, you know what I'm saying, has no effect upon us. We're going to take a short break, and play a few music videos, and we're going to be back with some more conversation.
All right.
So
I'll be here.
All right, hang on in there. We're going to get right back to it.
So what music video do you want to play first?
So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to play one of 3 music videos. This first music video is entitled They Said That. Ladies and gentlemen, then...
You listening to the sounds of the Abney. You listening to the sounds of the Abney. You listen to the sounds of the you listen to the sounds of the to the sounds of the Abney. To the sounds of the DJ Kelly. DJ Kelly.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Yours truly, Mr. Mario Abney, on another episode of Yeah, That's What I Said. So, yeah, we just talking about, you know what I'm saying, the great flip, the great flip continued. So, I gotta, I'm gonna take the conversation in another space and place. So, I was reading an article today where I was on Facebook and I was reading this article. And in this article, it said that Eric Benet said that men should be on birth control. And Kelly, what's your thoughts on that? Well,
Me? You want me to?
yeah. Well, let's let's see if we got any callers still out there, and we can have them join the line. You know what I'm saying, in reference to, you know what I'm saying, this conversation. And and keep in mind the text that we talking about, or the subject that the pretext of the subject, the other subject, part of this the topic for tonight. When good becomes evil and evil becomes good. In reference to that statement by Eric Benet, let me see if I can find it and pull it up. But he was pretty much saying that men should be on child support.
Oh, man, Mario, we could have this actually playing on the screen. Tell me beforehand.
Oh, okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So Eric Renee allegedly said that, and I'm gonna find it. He was saying that men should be on birth control. And in relation to that article, or relation to whatever that statement that he said that men should start taking birth control, how do you view that in terms of some of the issues today going on in evil, even with as we hope to keep strengthen our numbers on the planet? At least I will believe we do. Kelly, what do you think about that question? And let me, if I need
statement that he said.
Yeah, do I need to rephrase it a little more clear? I'm trying to look.
Well, let me read what exactly he said.
Okay. Are you finding it? Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
So, because I want to have a clear.
Yeah, I want to be clear about
exactly.
So
what he said.
He was saying that men should be on birth control. I got my thoughts about this, and I'm gonna get into it. But
apparently, he made a point about birth control and who should be taking it.
Okay.
He said in a tweet, theoretically, a man can impregnate 4 women a day. That's the comma's in the wrong place. So I guess it meant 14,060 pregnancies per year. A woman can only give birth once a year.
Uh-huh.
If birth control was the objective, science created the pill for the wrong gender. This is what he said. So he is saying that because men have millions of sperm and women, so he's basically attacking God.
Yeah.
For how he made man and woman. That's basically
like the way you said that.
That's basically what he's doing.
Attacking God.
Right here. Yeah.
Because a man is the spirit of the living God. God breathed the breath of life in man. You got right to the point, Kelly. And all of my trying to sum things up and tie things together to come to a grand point, I don't think I could have came to a better conclusion than that.
Yeah, he's basically attacking God for the creation of how men and women are created. And he's a man.
And he's a, yeah, and, you know what I'm saying?
And he's still a man-made man.
So when you talk about, in the other part of the text, when selling out your own kind pays the bills, you know what I'm saying? As a man, as a black man, our numbers have been challenged just simply for the fact that we were, our ancestors were enslaved, and all of the disenfranchisement and all of the legislation against our very existence, you know what I'm saying, from for hundreds of years. So, you know, when I hear a man, I guess he's a black man, or
Eric Benet is definitely made his statement. I mean, he's a black man. He looks black.
You know,
people love him because he's black.
You know, when
he's black.
When I hear a black man say something like that, you know, it troubles me because, you know, in the current racist, eugenic environment system type thing that's going on, you know what I'm saying, and all of the evils are portrayed against our people in a subconscious academic realm that a lot of us seem to be unaware of, you know.
And why do you think that obviously,
I think it's
if
social,
it wasn't created for men to take birth control, they have not created a safe method in order for it to be administered.
It's like,
you know what I'm saying?
Basically talking about sterilization.
It's basically saying that that men, it's the same, you know, you always hear this, and it's like a reoccurring theme in every reality show. They always make this some type of social issue, that the man should get the hysterectomy rather than the woman. I mean, the man should get the vasectomy rather than the woman getting to the hysterectomy.
Yeah.
But why are we getting either of them? You know,
yeah,
and it's a real question.
Yeah, you know, exactly. Like, why is, you know.
So he's just like furthering that point of like, so since men have millions of sperm and women have only a certain amount of eggs, the men should be administered. It's the same theme through slavery over again in 2020, recreated. Sterilize the man. That's the basic statement.
You know,
Sterilize them. It's 3 words. That's all he's saying. Sterilize the man. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you for that input, Queen. You know, so, you know, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, hearing a man say that, hearing a black man say that, you know.
Oh, Brother Air back on the line too.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Brother Air. You know, come on, Brother Air. So hearing a black man say something like that is troubling, especially when he's been given center stage and he has the microphone.
I think it's Mahmoud.
Mahmoud. You know, when I hear a brother say something like that, you know, come on in, caller, if you there, you know. But when I hear a brother say something like that, or a sister, you know, it always seems to be where they use this pandering type of vibe to say what a woman would want to hear, but not even just a woman. It's a certain type of pandering to.
I don't know what kind of woman they talking about, because I'm all woman and I'm not an anomaly, and that's not pandering to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know who they talking to. I don't know what black woman they think they talking to by putting down the black man. That's not attractive to me.
You know,
you're shunning me at this point.
You know,
I'm not a fan. I'm like not buying your album.
You heard that, Eric?
I'm not supporting it.
You hear that every night? You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, bro. You don't need to say stuff like that, man. You know, you say what you want to say, but I mean, it ain't really good.
It ain't helping you with me.
It ain't helping the people, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, there has been wars going on against us, man. There has been genetic genocide. There is conspiracy of eugenics as we speak right now. You know what I'm saying?
And black women have black sons.
Yeah, so you know.
So who are you pandering to?
You know what I'm saying? Like, Brother Benet, you know, just, you know, promote celibacy. Don't promote, you know, dudes taking something to possibly sterilize themselves. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we carry the seed of the race, man. You know what I'm saying?
My son is learning. My son is old enough to think about these types of things.
Yeah.
He's learning. You are the prize.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You
save yourself for the right person.
Yeah.
You know, that's what he's learning. You teach your daughter that, I teach my son that.
Yeah, exactly. I love you, Queen. You're such you're a righteous woman, you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because that's clearly an attack on the male energy, the male principle. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it's just like most of the males that are promoted seem to be homosexual. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not knocking anybody, anything like that.
Either homosexual or talking against their own sex.
Either that or yeah, you know what I'm saying? But you don't hear about anything where men should have more children. You know what I'm saying? You'll never hear
I
anything
hear it,
like
but
that.
it's not on mainstream. I interviewed Damon Baptiste, and he's all about good images of black men, and all of his the men in his family are good fathers, many children. But that's not something you hear in the mainstream.
Yeah, it's not. It's something that's not promoted. You know what I'm saying? It's something that's not encouraged.
I mean, there's a war. There's a war against the masculine energy and specifically the black man, and you see it everywhere. I mean, just look at the commercials around you. You don't see us nowhere in successful places.
We got
Brother and
Air too. He coming in right now, Brother Air.
Brother Air. Yeah, go ahead, Mahmoud.
Yes, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to Mahmoud.
All right. So you see that they calculated us out of the equation a long time ago, and this is what they're promoting. You don't see us nowhere, man. Like absolutely nowhere,
represented in the media.
Except for just little roles that we don't really do, but they want to condition the watcher or the listener. And this agenda nobody speaks about because it goes against their, let's say, financier who's paying them.
Yeah.
You got to understand that these people they're not willing to sacrifice themselves to nobody. So don't be mad, and you're gonna see even worse stuff, man. You're gonna see real attacks against us, and it's going, and it's still gonna go. We just gotta fight it back with all of our might.
And it frustrates me, man, and in that, because I feel my divine masculine energy flowing through my every essence, man. I'm in tune with the fact I'm a man, and I feel my ancestors in me too. I can feel my ancestral memory. That's why I feel like I'm so connected to this whole black thing, this whole, what I'm saying, we gotta rise as a people type thing. And it's not about tearing other people down, but it's about loving us, what I'm saying. So when I hear brothers knocking other brothers, procreate, oh my gosh, man, it's like so evil to me, man. You know what I'm saying? Like how dare you, man? How dare you knock other men?
Because I can guarantee you, if I went on live and said that women shouldn't have an abortion, I would get all kinds of ridicule.
Yeah, so we gotta really call this thing out for what it is, man. And
I'm a woman.
This is high level racism 2.0. You know what I'm saying? And all skin folk ain't kin folk. You know what I'm saying? So when we talk about selling,
we talked about this on I think it was the first time we talked on air, and we talked about procreation, and I think I was saying about no pleasure, no purpose.
Yep.
Yeah.
You did, and we got into that, and so, man, I mean that's just such a.
That's the only way to deal with it, man.
I mean, teaching, that whole thing. I mean, especially to men and young boys. Young boys is going to be men. But you got to live it. They got to see a man to become a man.
Yeah.
And so you really gotta live that, and that's why I really backed off. When I was 22, I just stopped, man. I went celibate. I was like, and I just felt like I had so much sex between the time between 9 and 22. I was done.
Well,
I mean,
this is a thing.
Totally ignorant. Didn't know nothing. But that 12 years that I went, I stopped. I cleaned my diet up. I stopped getting high. I stopped drinking.
Man, that was probably
and
super.
I went, and I went, and so I did that fairly young, as a young adult. My partner, man, I was all into the music. You know who I was playing with Mario then? Was Emily Remler. You remember her?
Emery Riddler.
Remler. She was a guitar player out of New York. And I had moved to New York, and I actually ended up in Matson, Illinois.
Man, yeah, I know what Masson is. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's my spot, and I lived up there for years. And but yeah, man, it was like at a young adult to be celibate and to be studying and to just be trying to embrace some knowledge, man, trying to learn something, man.
Yeah.
It was like all of us are like this. Myself, Sister Kelly, Brother Mario, Brother Mahmoud. I think we all could be considered these kind of people. I describe them as we know that we don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know. I mean, that's why we try to seek the knowledge. Is that we know we humble enough to know that we don't know.
Exactly. And
Yep.
you know what I'm saying, and that's the
It
thing.
becomes evil when you know that you don't know, but then you try to. So it would be like me saying, because I haven't been able to start the journey of true healthy living, to despise and to lie about what true healthy living is. I ain't gotta lie to myself in order to be in order to say where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. Address.
You know it, but you just said it earlier. You like, I know I need to get it together.
Yeah.
And I'm working on it, and it will come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's not that hard, though. It's not that difficult,
Yeah, it really is.
I tried it,
about this.
and I
Think
don't
about
miss
this.
nothing of it.
Because the
It's
thing
just a
is
decision.
that
Think about this. What would be? And I'm asking all of y'all this.
Yeah.
Where do we start as black folks? What's the first thing that we should do? I mean, like, if you could give a suggestion to the world, what would all three of y'all say? Where do we start? Where do we start? Let's break down the mechanics.
I mean, literally.
Where do we start?
Literally, it will start with each person, and the best way to start would literally be to sacrifice something that would propel you energetically on to start on that mission. And what better thing to sacrifice than to fast? I mean, like,
that's
for me,
exactly where it starts. Go ahead, Mario. I'll talk after.
For me,
Okay.
For
all right.
me,
Beautiful.
For me, every time I go to start over, if I feel like I just fell short of me walking in my perfect self, or me walking in a state of conscious godliness that I can maintain, every time I feel like I need to start over, you know what I'm saying, I say, all right, I'm gonna fast for this amount of days. Because one, I've done the research, I have fasted before, you know what I'm saying, energetically and spiritually. I know the difference of how I feel when I've sacrificed and I've fasted and I've weakened my body.
Okay. Stop right there. I want to ask you something. Stop right there.
Yeah.
Now the feeling that you get when you fast, right?
Yeah.
Like you feel. Why do you not maintain that?
You do. I'll get weak, man. Or somebody brings some food around me that smell good. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? And
Well, I mean, I understand. I mean, I understand, but that's the point. I'm trying to get people to understand these points of, if that's such a great feeling, and it is why can't we maintain it?
Look,
like man, I feel good.
Well,
I'll tell you what it's
I feel
like.
good.
Okay, so take someone who has never smoked a cigarette before. That first time somebody introduces them to a cigarette, it's repulsive. And they choke and they cough and they be like, this is horrible. But then there's something in them like, let me try it again. But see, when you try it again, the nicotine is already in your brain. And so the nicotine actually addicts you to the nicotine. And so when you try it again, you actually get a good feeling. Like it's literally a good feeling that you get because you're feeding the addiction to nicotine. And so my advice to somebody would be to fast off of every single thing that's addictive except for breathing, yoga, and the herbs. If that's addictive to you, then that's good. And so keep doing that. But if you fast off of everything that's addictive to you that's not good, then actually you will start to have a good feeling. The first day is going to be hard, but like the second and third day, you're going to be full of so much energy. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to feel good. But you ain't going to like yearn it or want anything that you fasted off of. But it's still, I guess, it's a sinful. I don't know what it is, but it's something that will say, well, let me just, eat it this one time and then I'll be. But then you put that parasite right back into you, and it's an addictive parasite.
Yeah.
And so then you want it again, and
Yeah.
it's so weird. Yeah.
Well,
So just fast off of everything.
It's a stimulant. It's Mario said it. Mario said, "Well, I'll get weak." And see what he's referencing is not being stimulated.
Yeah.
That's what he's referencing.
And
And so that's what we really get behind eating. My thing used to be sugar, sweet. Man, donuts, cakes. I could make lemon meringue pie with graham cracker crust from scratch.
Wow.
Man, banana pudding, cakes. I mean, that was my thing, man. I mean, I'd be in middle school, and I'd have my tray. I'd go to the lunch counter, and I get 2 pies and 2 cakes. I wouldn't even get no food. I just get sweets, man. That's how bad I had to overcome my addiction to donuts and cookies.
You see, I
and
wish
cakes
that was
and,
me. My thing. I don't like sweets. I'm into meat, food, flavor. You like that Nola stuff. You know what I'm saying? But sweets, that's actually not as unhealthy as eating meat, though.
See, not my
well,
thing.
I mean, yeah, it was killing me. I mean, I would have been as big as a house, and I mean, I was an athlete, so that kind of helped with that, with that stimulant, wearing that stimulant down a little bit. But man, it was a real
sugar
problem.
My thing, man, like potato chips, man.
Salt.
You know what I'm saying? Chips, man, just snacks, not sweet stuff. Like, man, it ain't nothing to eat a whole can at a time. I eat a whole can of Pringles and then finish off some Doritos. You know what I'm saying?
If them was the nasty
He
potato
said,
chips.
he said, why would you
You
eat
used to like
Doritos
the
out the
nasty
Pringles?
potatoes. Them things used to taste terrible,
Yeah,
man.
and then wash it down with a Sprite and just be, oh, man, I don't feel so well. I used to do that type of stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I was a potato chip man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Give me some chips.
Hated
You know what I'm saying? Give me some salt and vinegar chips or some, you know what I'm saying? Just like, but now, looking at that type of stuff and thinking about, when you think about fasting and you think about chakra systems and you think about electricity, you know what I'm
Better
saying?
clean that ass out.
The thing,
Clean
because
that ass.
something that
Clean
we
that
not,
ass.
something that we not checking out and
Clean
thinking
that
about.
ass.
Something that we not checking out and thinking about is the chakra system. Now, you know what I'm saying? That's when you dealing with your electric, your light body.
Oh, when you
your electrical
fast,
body.
you feel it.
Yeah. When you fast and you drink water, you know what I'm saying? And that's when you can begin, like, if you meditating and you doing that type of breathing and stuff like that, and your body is clear.
But just be aware that you're going to look at people like, nigga, what you said? Like, because when you fast and when you clear, you know what I'm saying? Other people that aren't clear, you know what I'm saying? You see it very clearly. You know what I'm saying? So you're not as oblivious or jovial or happy seeming.
let me ask.
But you cleared them.
Well. That's the concept of the knowledge of universe can fill you up when you're empty.
Yeah. Well, if you think
that's
about
that.
it, if you think about it, you know what I'm saying, like, and I don't want to generalize. I know you see like big pictures of Buddha and stuff like that. He's supposed to be wise, but and he's wise. He was wise, right? But when I ideally think about being of a higher frequency or vibration, and I think about food and how it weighs you down and puts weight on you, and the spin that you need your atoms to have in order to vibrate on a higher frequency, it doesn't really seem like, being heavy set would lead to a high state of spirituality. And I know I could be wrong, you know what I'm saying?
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. And there are other images of Buddha that is not heavy.
Yeah.
He's skinny.
He is.
He's actually skinny.
And I'm not a Buddhist, by
Say that
no
again.
means.
Wait.
But
Say he's skinny.
I've studied Buddhism, and went into the temple.
I was always wondering about that.
Cats,
I was always wondering about that.
But I have
Wayne
met,
and all them cats.
like actually, there are two heavy people that I can think of that have more optimistic and happy spirit than anybody I ever met before, and they heavy.
Well, that's disposition, but when I talk about spirituality and I talk about vibration, right? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I feel you, because that's subjective, I guess. But when I talk about spirituality and vibration and everything, I'm talking about the ability also to accept information or take in information and have deep conscious thought. But then, like, I'm wrong on some levels too, because I think about the elder Bobby Hemmett, and he was a big guy at a point in time. And Bobby,
man,
you know,
you gotta show respect for this brother, man. You gotta
I'm not disrespecting
throw
him.
libations.
No,
you gotta.
We need. Yeah, we ring the bell. We
and
ring
that
the
brother,
bell for
that brother,
ancestor.
Kwame Ture, all them brothers, we got to and talked about the diet with them. And,
yes, those are our master teachers.
For some reason, they just couldn't.
That's for Bobby.
But they could get other things, but they just could not get to the livid piece.
Yeah, and
like
I said,
Valentine is not a skinny man himself either.
Like I said,
he has a lot of knowledge about things.
Like I said,
Elaton, he was at our last Eric Day. It's videos of him. Of him. I'm not a big fan of his, but because he he talks about him being a breatharian, and I'm just, but he introduced our band
he said he's
for the Eric Day, and
so when we talk about let me jump in there right quick, you know what I'm saying? Because, I brought up the elder, the great master teacher, Bobby Hemmett, and, I want to just, bring some respect, you know what I'm saying?
He was a bad dude, man.
I shave for Bobby Hemmett's,
Bobby Hemmett,
spirit, power and peace, but as I was saying.
Coming with that real deal TNT.
Yeah, so. When we talk about master teachers,
Steve Coakley's another one. If we are sharing, Steve Coakley.
Don't forget about brother Phil Valentine, of course.
That's what I was saying.
And
I said
brother C. Freeman L. Rest in peace.
Y'all praise.
And brother Delbert Blair. Rest in peace.
Yes, all praise. Yeah.
Man, where would we go without these master teachers who reminded us and taught us and brought us back again to where we're supposed to go?
So the master teachers that laid and also Dick Gregory.
Oh,
yes.
Man, that was
rest in peace.
Dr. Francis Press Wilson.
Joseph Ben Yochanan.
Dr. Ben.
Yeah.
Ben Carson.
Dr. Ben Yochanan. A real philosopher.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dr. Ben. Yeah,
Yes.
you know.
A real
Clark.
Hebrew.
No, Clark. Dr. Clark.
Oh,
Dr. John
Dr.
Henry
John
Clark.
Henry
Yeah, John Henry
Clark.
Clark.
Let's
That's all I'm
go.
about.
Henry Clark. Yeah.
So-
Dr. Laila Africa.
So
Yeah,
Rest in peace.
yeah. Yeah, rest in peace.
Man.
Alabama to Africa.
Davin Ben Sertima.
Dr.
Yeah.
Africa.
Yeah.
So let me
Yeah.
ask y'all.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all. Have y'all ever heard of a brother named Simeon Togo before?
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Oh,
Of course.
now Simeon Togo.
Oh yeah.
One of y'all.
Tell us the story about him, Mario.
you
Let
know,
the listeners know about Simeon Toto, man.
So Simeon Togo,
He's-
Simeon Togo, they said was like, you know, he was probably one of the order of Melchizedek. Tell you the truth.
Yeah,
when
he
you
was
talk
immortal.
when you talk, and this wasn't too long ago.
He
You know,
is.
yeah, you know. So Simeon Togo was he was a prophet to his people. He spoke the truth, and he was over in Congo, I believe, or the Belgium, were in, you know, cutting people hands off and enslaving people and doing the evil things that they did. And Simeon Togo spoke against them, and the Belgianese, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you know, they tried to kill him, you know, and to cut him up, and he reassembled himself and came back
Again to them the next day.
and the next day, and took some of their soldiers out or something like that.
You said this wasn't too long ago.
This was like whenever the Belgium were.
That was like in a.
What? No,
This was less than 100 years ago.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was in very close. Like
Simeon
it's not that
Togo.
far away in time.
Simeon Togo. So when we talk about, you
Yeah.
know, yeah, you know, tell me,
that
y'all talk about Simeon Togo a little bit and tell me what y'all know about him. But I'm gonna bring up another great figure as well, and you know, I'm gonna relate this to the conversation. So bring up, tell me what y'all know about Simeon Togo. You know, and just you know, and with an add to the cipher. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I don't know a lot about him, to be honest, but what I heard about him was immortal. They killed him many times, and he
Many
just came back
times.
to them again and again and
Wow.
again. They cut his heart off. They cut him to pieces, and he just coming back,
Yeah.
Wow.
you know?
Yep.
And they
Yeah.
never
Are you serious?
Yeah.
defeated him.
In Africa. And
Yeah,
Wow.
in
And-
Africa.
and he
I think
said-
it was in
I
Congo
think he
or in
said he was
Zaire, and
Christ.
somewhere
I think
in
he
Central
said-
Africa.
I think he said he was Christ.
You know,
another
I'm
thing
not
that-
sure where exactly.
Another thing the church hasn't touched on is the clear evidence of immortality by the people. Like me and Mario have literally seen these videos where people get into these spiritual vibes. I don't know what religion it is. I'm sorry, I don't know what religion, but they get into these spiritual vibes. They might drink something or something, some
Oh,
type of liquid.
some voodoo.
They stab themselves without bleeding, without dying. in a
Oh,
way-
I know exactly what you're talking about,
That's
and I've
voodoo.
seen these videos, and they
Yeah.
taught them to us in the East, and I'm gonna tell you this. You know, me coming from the Sudan, we are like where magic started. Okay, we
Yeah.
have many sects of different kind of magic: black magic, good magic, bad magic,
Yeah, it's like
and we still
magic.
got people who do these miracles. We still have people today who got superpowers
Wow.
and have a lot of power that people don't even know about outside of like their land or their country. We have a person specifically where I'm from in Nubia, and my parents told me this, my grandparents told me this, people from other tribes told me this, is this old man who lived in this tree in the desert. You go to this man every breakfast and every lunch, and he will feed like 50, 100 people every day, and he got nothing. He's just living in the street out in the desert. Okay? And he was, every morning you come, you want to eat breakfast, you will have tons of food. You come again for lunch, tons of food. And he got nothing. Like he didn't even have a house to live in. He just lives under this tree. So we got a lot of sages and gurus and people with miracles still living among us today. You know,
Yep.
some of it is superstitious. Some of it, you know, they add a lot of drama and, you know, academic. I mean, sorry, cinematic stuff. You know, they still got this aspect, but they are still the real ones that no one talks about and no one want to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, but what the scripture said, greater work shall ye do than I did. You know what I'm saying? Because
Wow,
I
they
could
don't want you
return
to
it
do
to the
that.
Father. You know, I mean,
And see,
Christ.
it's a lot
Yep.
of fake
You know what I'm saying?
Christianity going on
So
around
you
here.
know, going back to what I was saying, the cat sent me in Togo. It was another brother that crossed my mind, and I wanted to link up to this conversation, but I guess
Yeah.
Credo Mutwa. Have y'all heard of Credo Mutwa before?
No, you never told me
Hmm.
about it.
This is Credo
The name is
Mutwa.
familiar, but I don't know his story.
Yeah, so you there too, brother Air? Think we lost brother Air.
He's still on there.
Okay, you know Credo Mutwa. He's
Maybe his phone on some mute.
you know what I'm saying, and he also ascended. You know what I'm saying. Hold on. And that's also from. And let me ring this bell for my parents, which are also ancestors and your pops.
Thank you, King.
I say, cause they
Willie Jerome Craft.
they were teachers to us, and they were ascended master teachers in our own lives. So, or Abney and Robert L. Dockery, you know. So getting back to things, you know, Credo Mutwa, you know, was a prophet in I believe South Africa. I had a friend from South Africa that's like really into his work. But you hip to David Icke, Mahmoud, the dude that be doing the
Not really.
documentaries.
To be honest with you, I don't believe what he's talking about.
Well, that's cool. That's cool, man. Well,
Yeah, I don't.
he did some interviews with Credo Mutwa. You know, you look it up if you want to. You know what I'm saying? But they
Amazing.
yeah. And I got a friend in South Africa that's he's one of my Facebook friends, but he really follows Credo Mutwa's work, and this stuff is referencing. You know what I'm saying, the extraterrestrial plane, and you know what I'm saying, in that part. But over in South Africa, you know, and I'll send you some stuff, you know what I'm saying, and you can look up Credo Mutwa, man.
Nice.
Look him up. Like he was a real dude, man. You know what I'm saying?
Passed away now.
Nice.
He was a prophet.
I'll
and
definitely check him.
elder out there, man. Yeah, you gonna be tripped out when you see this stuff, because this stuff is lockstep with, you know what I'm saying, a lot of sci-fi stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? And this dude,
Of course.
his works, you know, and the spiritual work that he did within whatever religious spiritual practices that's over there in that part of South Africa. I believe they're in South Africa.
Nice.
But it is like a very
So,
respected cat.
hey, brother Mario.
Yeah.
Do you think, and everybody can answer this one? What do you think about religion on the world? You think it's been a good thing or
It's
what?
definitely been a bad thing, man. You know, religion.
Yes.
What
Organized
does that
religion.
word mean? What is religion?
All of them.
I think it's lifestyle. I always call it a lifestyle, but I'm talking about the
Religion is
organized
a domination,
religion
right?
that we
Yep.
know of. And let's talk about Islam, Christianity, Judaism.
Yeah, religion.
That's the main three, you know.
The Abrahamic religions. They're the main three. The
Catholic,
the Abrahamic
the whole
religions.
Catholic
So
thing. And
See, everything that I hold as true is something that actually happens in the cosmos or something. You know what I'm saying? That I can. So what would everybody define religion as? What is religion?
religion is saying I'm a
I
Christian.
think it's lifestyle.
Well,
think it's lifestyle. It's your rituals and how you live.
Well, then,
It's very
yeah. I mean, I
subjective
guess
to
that
you.
is true because it's your lifestyle. So, yeah.
w-
Everybody
well,
got their own religion, I guess, then.
well, religion in the sense of, if we were to generalize the term and not make it subjective, religion would be an example of the three Abrahamic faiths. You have Buddhism, Christianity, you got Judaism, and you had Islam.
All three
You
of
know what I'm
those
saying?
hold something that's common.
Which is the seed of Abraham. They all have Abraham.
I don't know what it is. I just know something.
Abraham is the progenitor of those faiths. So,
But
and
it's
this,
something that's like true.
look, like check
that's
it out.
common.
No,
Yeah.
no, check it out. Look up Abraham and God's covenant with Abraham. Go look up God's covenant with Abraham. So it said that in Abraham will be the father of many nations. So, and this is why, the thing that I like about religion is it gives us a view of history into the old world that we take for granted, because the old world contains the mysteries that man is trying to figure out right now. You know what I'm saying? Like the giant statues, the giant steps, the old
Okay.
archaeological
Okay,
things
okay.
that cause questions.
Okay.
Old stargates. Old stargates.
I found it.
There are old stargates. So a stargate is
Check.
a place, a portal to get from one place to the next. So these
As well as a black hole, and we can go into the black hole and get into some real heavy blood. Talking about blood and rust. I cut off the other night that I was talking about the blood and rust. My phone cut off, right?
Yeah.
When I was,
Tell us.
But well, what I wanted to ask, and this is for all y'all, whoever wants to ask, is there a time in any of your lives that, because this is what happened for me, was that when I started becoming
Hello?
You there?
Hello.
We might have lost Brother Air.
He's still on it.
Man, we always lose him when it comes real.
You might have
Did you hit mute on
You might have
accident?
muted yourself, Brother Air.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's old.
Okay.
That's
My bad. I
producer
think
knowledge
my
right there.
chin hit the mute on. But
I knew it.
what I was trying to say that again.
I said I knew it. When you said you put the mute on accident, I said I knew.
Oh, okay, yeah. What in our getting of consciousness, and this is what I did, was that I put my belief of God on the shelf. So I don't know if I became an agnostic or an atheist or whatever I became. But what I had to do, I'm telling you what I had to do to make some sense, because what I had been, the way that I had been taught about God from my upbringing as a black person in America. And you know how we are taught about God.
Yeah.
Right. So I had to put that on the shelf, and my belief became, well, okay. And so now when people, that's why you never hear me talk about, I mean, I done talked about God, I guess, the last couple of nights that we've done this more than I talk about God at all, because I never discuss it because it doesn't need anybody's validation of what I believe in, but I never bring that up.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask y'all, did y'all ever go through a period when you, because I had to do that to
To
study.
get where you are now.
Was I had to not believe. I had to get all
Let
of
me
that.
go
I'm
first
talking
on
about
that.
relearning myself.
Mario,
I
Let
had
me
to
go
get all
first
of
on
that
that.
out and put it up on the shelf.
I'll go first on that.
Of course.
And,
Go ahead, Mario.
okay.
Oh
Okay.
man, Mario went to the bathroom. I'll go first, cause Mario's making a quick run. I
Okay.
know that from the age of, since I can read and knowing about being saved or whatever, so I guess it's probably about 8 or 9, I have made it my journey to go through the Bible, like to try to read the Bible from to back. And I probably have only gotten to like Exodus in that journey of being a little girl trying to read through what people have said were the building blocks of like who we are, you know, because I'm taking this as serious. I'm a little girl, and you telling me that the creator of the world wrote this book, you know, but my spirit couldn't go
I mean,
past
same
Exodus.
here.
My
I'm going
spirit-
through Sunday school, and this is where we learning about
I
God.
was really
This is how
trying.
we learn about God.
Yeah, my spirit literally could not go past maybe Joshua. I say Exodus. Maybe
So-
I got to Joshua. I don't know. And then when I really became an adult, 18, 19, 20, in college, and really searching for God through the Bible, he was not there. Like, I'm so serious. Like, I got no answers from God through the Bible. It was only until I realized that God was within me that I started getting answers from the Bible, from the same Bible that I hadn't been reading since I was 8 years old trying to understand. It was only until I was like, the answers are in me, that I got answers from the Bible. It was crazy. But yeah. I really didn't get no guidance from the Bible.
Answer this then. Because you said something that was profound. That was in me. Now, do you feel obligated to talk about God to others if it was in you? How can you relate this to others? Like, I mean,
I can't. All I can do is
you know,
say,
because go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, what happens is the preachers, the people who go to the church are constantly talking about God. That's why they relate to each other and they become friends in that church. It's because they're constantly talking about God.
Yeah. Now
and relating God. But now you're saying, and you're saying, well, God is in me.
It's a personal thing.
And it doesn't need no validation.
I don't believe in evangelism.
Who or what's my God?
Yeah, I don't believe in evangelism or trying to persuade somebody to a certain belief or whatever, because it really is very, very, very personal. It's like extremely personal.
Let me jump in there, right?
I would never try to make somebody else believe that they should believe what I believe, you know, because it's personal.
Yeah, but if people say that they don't believe in God, then people take that. They take that really offensive.
So let me jump in there, right?
Well, see, it depends on what you talk. God is the Most High, or are you talking about God, the Father of Jesus in the Bible? Or are you talking about God, the Creator of all things, the universe? I believe that's the same God in the Bible too, but you know. It
Well, let me jump in there, right? Let me jump in there, right? Because when we talk about, was there ever a time when I didn't believe? Now, me personally, it was a time when I was searching and I couldn't feel anything. But then there became a time when I felt like where it should have been a time when I didn't believe. That's when I started believing more than I ever had. And I'm going to tell y'all about the experience. Because, you know, and I don't have no shame in it. When I was, I'd say about 14 years ago, I was married to in a different situation. I had a different family. 16 years ago. Yeah. My oldest son is 16. And so, you know, I was going through, I chose music as my path. And before I ever met my wife, my ex-wife, you know what I'm saying, before I ever dated, before, you know what I'm saying, I ever like really, you know, got serious about, you know what I'm saying, the next progression of life, I knew that I was a musician and that's what I wanted to do. When I went down to town, I was 15, you know what I'm saying?
Before
So,
you got divorced?
huh?
Like before you got your divorce
I mean,
from your first marriage?
yeah. Yeah. That's what I said, you know what I'm saying? I said ex-wife, you know.
I know you say you dated. I just want to be
You know,
clear.
before, I'm just saying before anything, you know, God gave me music, right? You know, because, you know, growing up, you know, it was gangs around, all kind of stuff. I was about to be in trouble pretty soon because, you know, I was getting to the age before I got into music where the gangs was calling for me. I was growing up in Harvey, Illinois, you know what I mean? You know, and it was like, you know, it was like I could get,
Yeah, I have family up there in Harvey.
you know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
used to go up to Harvey all the time.
So, you know, I went to you know, I got into music and everything, and that kind of defined my path. So, you know, all through college, everything, boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? So it come to like after college, you know, I ended up, you know, now the whole time,
And then
whole time,
you didn't explain like how y'all were in church like 4 times a
yeah,
week.
I wasn't. I mean, when I say I grew up in the church,
man.
my mama was Sister
I'm
Abney.
glad my mama wasn't really
My mama was Sister
elder in
Abney.
the
I'm talking
church,
about when
Lord.
my mama passed
They were
away.
in church 8
You know what I'm
hours a
saying?
week.
Like she was like the community church mama. Like now she wasn't everybody's mama in the church, but she was like when people in the church thought about the ideal mother raising 2 boys, they thought about her. You know what I'm saying? It was like a movie when my mom's passed. It was just that type of sadness, right? Now, you know, and when my mother passed away, you know, I I was married to my no, I wasn't married to my ex-wife, but you know, before my mother passed away, I was married, you know what I'm saying? And that situation didn't work out. And the situation didn't work out. I was trying to reach out to the church, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, trying to reach out to the pastors, you know what I'm saying? And tell them, you know, look, you know, I've been playing music all my life and I'm following God's word about having faith and A, B, C, and D. And I'm having marital problems because I'm not making enough money and, you know what I'm saying, A, B, C, and D. And, you know, I'm just got my faith in what God told me to do, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, it was just like the type of thing, you know what I'm saying, where, you know, the church didn't have any answers for me because, you know, I couldn't just snap my fingers and make everything all right, you know, and I knew that God put that in my heart, but yet and still, you know, the church was telling me where if God was really leading you, you wouldn't be struggling and you wouldn't, you know, you would have everything that you want and everything be working out for you. This was the church people was telling me, you know what I'm saying? And at this point in time, it just began to juggle my consciousness. Like, wait a minute, you know.
So they were equating worldly success with spiritual success.
Yeah, equating worldly success, you know what I'm saying, with spiritual maturity and faith and stuff like that. So, you know, I was reading the scriptures. I was married. You know what I'm saying? I was doing what I was supposed to do according to the scriptures. And, you know, here it is. I'm having the biggest challenge of my life. You know, I got kids with this lady and, you know, it looked like the family about to break up and, you know, and I was, you know what I'm saying? I think you remember, brothers, Air. You know what I'm saying, around this time, because it was right before I left.
Oh yeah, I was there. I remember you going on stage and I'm holding the baby.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and I was there,
remember?
man. I wasn't no deadbeat father, none of those things, man. I wasn't no deadbeat dad, none of those things. You know, I was giving my all.
No, man,
you know
you
what I'm
had the
saying?
baby, man.
Yeah,
you came to the gig,
but
I'm like holding the baby, man, while you
but, you know,
playing, and you
at
come
this
over.
time,
Wow.
yeah,
Magical.
yeah, we go way back. But at this time, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, I'm having faith in all of this stuff, and you know, and the pastor, you know what I'm saying, at this one church, you know what I'm saying, I just remember, you know, how he was rolling, you know, as far as like, you know, just talking a lot of stuff, you know, doing all this faith healing talking and stuff, but the word wasn't matching up with the energy he was giving off. And I just remember when I really went to seek counsel about my that family situation and that marriage at that time, and I remember how the counsel felt so worldly. It didn't match up with the scripture talking about faith
experience
and righteousness and, the ways of the world, as opposed to, I was just thinking, everything is going to line up once we go talk to the pastor.
Yeah.
Hell no. We talked to his ass, man. He gave my ex-wife some holy oil. You know what I'm saying?
This was in Dayton. This was in Dayton, right?
Yep, in Dayton, Ohio.
Right?
That nigga gave my ex-wife some holy oil.
Okay, because see, I'm wondering, did you go back to your home church?
Yeah, I went back to my home church too, up in Chicago. But it was of no.
Oh wow, it's actually the same experience.
You know what I'm saying? But there was no. They couldn't. There was nothing for them to tell me on a spiritual level to bring any order to my house. But what did matter was what did have weight was the energy of society telling them what they should tell me, as far as the expectations that was what people expected of me financially as a man. And that didn't necessarily fit in with, with the scripture, as far as, the faith that I had in me doing the work that God had for me to do. And I began to see the contradiction about, the faith and following in the word, and where people would, fold for worldly, for worldly views about things. And from that point, I began to I left the church. And as I left the church, I moved.
When you say leave the church, you talking a conscious thing or?
No, I'm talking about man, I ain't going to no more church because them niggas don't know what they talking about. They don't believe what they talking about. And that's when I began to look at everything with the scrutinizing eye. When I went through that situation, that's when I met God. You know what I'm saying? That's when, because there went to a point where the child support was on my back. And I mean, I was my mama's baby, man. I didn't grow up with my daddy, you know what I'm saying? I was doing the best I can. I didn't mean nobody no harm. I was a family man. I gave my all. But I knew that, I hadn't grew up to the level of manhood that I am now, you know what I'm saying? But one thing about it is the world and the church didn't have.
So what do you think about the diet piece when I was hitting you with it?
Let me say this and hold that question. Okay. Let me say this, because this is a deep part of my journey. You know what I'm saying? And I hadn't grew up to the place that I am as a man now. You see what I'm saying? But I went through a place, a state where, after that divorce, my mama died, and I was homeless at a point, and I was down here in New Orleans, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, pushing for my dreams and stuff like that. And see, I had wanted to tell my moms about the things that I was working on before she passed away. She passed away suddenly. And, I was just, I was going to UNO for a second before she passed away when I moved down here. I moved down here after, my family situation changed, you know what I'm saying? And I moved down here to New Orleans. So as I was down here in New Orleans, man, you know what I'm saying, I was, digging into the music scene and just trying to like really get myself rooted so I could, regain access to my kids because of the financial shit with the child support and all of that. I didn't want to, just give up, you know what I'm saying, playing music.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Right. So, I was doing what I knew to do with the talents that God had gave me, but the church didn't have an answer for me. They just told me I need to be more of a man, you know what I'm saying? And, I was praying, I was working at the same time, but things just was not working out for me. And the church didn't have any advice.
What do you think that meant? What do you think that meant when they said, what do you think the church meant when they said be more of a man?
I'm going to get to that. You know what I'm saying? And, when people talk about church hurt, You know what I'm saying? When you talk about the black community and you talk about the church and what the church is supposed to symbolize, and you talk about single parent homes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about the children of single parent homes that go to churches, and the church paints this idea of faith, and Jesus takes the place of the Father, you know what I'm saying, in the paradigm of the black woman's mind. And that's why you see a lot of single black mothers on some levels, is because the black man has been systematically removed either socially, financially, or spiritually out of the home. You see what I'm saying? So,
Yep.
I mean, the pastor and this invisible Jesus guy was my father, so I was always trying to impress Jesus and do what was right, you know what I'm saying? And I met, this is when I met, you know what I'm saying, and overstood the God in me, because
That's when you met the devil.
you know what I'm saying, because I met the devil at the same time.
Hey, I went through the same thing
working
on the
against
opposite end.
and working
As a woman.
against, and check it out, working against working against my life
That's
force,
cool.
because they had a nigga on child support, for some shit amount that I could not pay. I didn't even have a plan for my own life. I was doing
all of these things.
doing the best that I could, and I thought that I was in a situation where I was soft for the man that I am and for everything that I'm pushing to be, and not, you know what I'm saying, I was just young, I didn't understand. But the church didn't have a place for the fact that when I was praying for everything to work out for me in that way, that the stuff wasn't working out. And they, you know what I'm saying? And at that point in time, when I hit rock bottom and I found myself in New Orleans in 2008, 2009, after my mom's passed away, right after that, stuff had started opening up, and I got the Jazz Fest, and then I got hired on Treme to play myself for 3 years, and I had all these gigs, and people started knowing me, and then stuff just propelled, and I've been blessed till I met my queen, and I've been further blessed. But before all of, and we had our children, and we blessed. But before I got to that,
I'll be honest about it, Mario.
you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Wait. But before I got to that, I mean, I'm being, look.
No, because like after you met me,
yeah,
and after
yeah,
you
I
got
went
on another level,
yeah.
it's like things started slowing down.
Haters, you know what I'm
in
saying?
a very
Haters.
supernatural way.
Haters. But we gonna get to that. I ain't tripping on them suckers. I don't even know who they are, but I know some of them, because one thing about it, when you doing God's work,
It couldn't stop Good Morning America, though. That's one thing
when
that
when you doing God's work, God will sometimes your haters will reveal themselves to you.
Oh, man.
They will be like, you know what, I don't like you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And
I could
you know
name
what
all
I'm
the
saying?
people that don't like you.
No.
What?
You've been, yeah, hallelujah. You know what I'm saying?
See,
You know what I'm saying?
the queen want to name the name.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
to
saying?
name the name.
No, I was just saying that.
Yeah,
What
you
they
know
were
what I'm
saying.
saying? Like,
No, I was just saying that they were saying, you don't want me to name all the people that
You know
don't
what I'm
like
saying?
you,
Oh,
and it was
yeah.
just like coming out of nowhere.
Man, but that's here nor there. We're on a higher level than that. But to get back to the point that what I was saying, though, as far as, meeting or getting to the point where I met God, or, that, it was just the opposite for me, Brother Eric, because when I was at my lowest point, you know what I'm saying, is when I turned away from the institution of religion, and I started going on my search. Because as I went on my search, I remember they had a hurricane down here one time. We had to evacuate. This is before we met. And I remember I went to Atlanta, and these Nubian brothers, these Nubian Kemetic brothers gave me these flyers. You know what I'm saying? And it was some stuff that Bobby Hemmett was teaching, I think. No, it was some stuff that what's his cat name? Malachi Z. York, you know what I'm saying, was breaking down. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
And I started looking at that stuff, and it was stuff talking about some black aliens out of space and some real deep stuff, man. And that led me on to me, getting in tune with the symbol of the Ankh, and me going on this deep journey about Afro-Kemetic consciousness, and me going on, this was like 6 years ago probably, you know what I'm saying, and I began to research, and I got reintroduced to the Bible on a different tip. You know what I'm saying? Because my interest for ancient world history and, metaphysics and, what I'm saying, things of the spiritual plane began to like fuel my studies. So, what I'm saying, I started checking out the master teachers like Bobby Hemmett and Phil Valentine and all of these other cats, and what I'm saying, and then I began to bring that back to the philosophies that I came into growing up in the church, what I'm saying, and the stuff, so for me, like I said, it's just the opposite for me. Like once I really left the religious institution of the church, because they used to be like, do you feel Jesus? Ha. Do you feel the Lord? Ha. If you feel Jesus right now, raise your hand. And I used to be trying to feel it, and I just didn't know what was going on, and what I'm saying, I'll be looking for this feeling everybody shouting for. It wasn't until, what I'm saying, God showed me who I was in the consciousness of myself, and I start understanding scriptures like, what I'm saying, know that what I'm saying, Psalms 82 and 6.
And that's when you realize the people that were shouting and hollering was on some personal level type shit.
Either on personal level or they out there just faking the funk. You know what I'm saying? But at that point in time, I got into a deeper relationship being out here in New Orleans, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Kelly. I think you got something that you want to add.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, I actually had the same experience as Mario, but as a woman, because I was raised in one church in New Orleans, went to another church as I went to college in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, got married in that church, which was actually my grandmother's church, you know what I'm saying? So got married in that church, and then started going to this mega church in Hattiesburg. Boy, when I actually had some stuff that I needed to talk to a man of God about, that's when you see that they really don't care about your marriage at all. It was basically like some type of man-bashing session or something like that. Like, I was really going for some spiritual knowledge. I was raised with a father in the home. And I don't know if he thought that I was raised by a single mother or something where I didn't know the power of a man being in the house and the head. I don't know, but he was on some independent woman type of stuff. Like exactly what you don't need to hear as a woman going through problems in her marriage.
I'm sorry to interject. I really love that about you, how
as
you have balance as a woman, and you just not ready to jump off the cliff and be like, just woman power, all men die, because brothers hear that a lot.
When I was listening to him, I didn't think of woman power, all men die. I thought of, you are a fake pastor. Like, that's what I was thinking while he was talking, like, you are a fake pastor. But it's such a shame, because some woman who ain't never had no man as some type of leader or whatever in their life as a pastor would maybe take him as he's the now I guess that's what your ex-wife took her past, like he is the truth and the light, like, but I know what a man is, you know what I'm saying? So I was looking at him like, you are a fake pastor. And that's when I realized that the church is not necessarily there for you. You have to know yourself, and you have to know your own you have to know God for yourself. You can't depend on no pastor to tell you who God. Because I realized, because that was the first time that I ever actually had to go to a pastor.
You feel like you should talk about God to others?
Well,
if you know Him for yourself. See, because this is the conflict that I have, is that's why I don't discuss God with anybody, and and I don't even let people know if I believe in Him or not. I just be like, watch my actions. Watch my actions.
And that's real too.
I went to the seminary for the Baptist seminary for counseling. That was the only secular degree that they had, and I was getting my master's in counseling. And I had graduated from Southern Miss, which is not a Christian university, and went to the seminary. But I did feel called to be there. But one thing that I did not like is that they had evangelists going every year to these countries that are like countries you have never heard of in Africa, telling people about Jesus, giving them money, giving them clothes, and then some type of way converting them to Christianity. To me, that's evil because these people have their own stories. They have their own connection to God. And you coming up here with stuff that they ain't got, telling them, well, if you want it, you got to convert to our religion. That is crazy. Oh, and then another
Well,
thing
you
that
see, they go over there with what did you say, resources.
yeah,
Not just
stuff they
the
need.
story of Jesus. They go over there with the material.
not just that wouldn't work.
I gotta jump in
That
there
would
right
never
quick.
work if it was just a store. They had to go with resources for them people. And so that's like crazy to me that they would be prideful in doing that. I don't believe in evangelism at all. At all. I don't believe in evangelism.
It's a business. Businesses know how to take care of business.
Yeah, it's sad. I don't like that.
That's what
Yeah.
they do. Business know how to take care of business.
But I'm not a part of that business anymore.
Well, as far as me, telling people about Christ, and, what I'm saying, talking about God, you see.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say this last thing.
Go ahead.
Because the other thing you were talking about was financially. So after the pastor thing, it just wasn't. Thank God I met Mario. So and then
bless you, baby.
my ex-husband met his soulmate too.
And thank God my ex-wife met her soulmate too, and bless them.
So it's all blessings.
We all learn and we all grow. They all good people.
But when I did need financial help, I did go to the food stamp office, and so she gonna tell me that unless he's deceased, he needs to be on child support in order for me to get food stamps. I say, oh, no, ma'am, we handle that on our own.
Yeah.
We don't need a court to tell us about how to take care of our children.
Respect.
Well, you can't get food stamps unless he on child support. That's crazy. So of course I didn't get the food stamps. But for somebody else, you know what I'm saying? They would have got it and they would have put him on child support.
So
that's crazy.
You got. I want to jump in there and address that point right quick, and then I want to answer your question, Brother Air. That's crazy, and we're as we're talking about warfare against melanated people, is those type of things. You got to understand, we didn't create this financial system or any. We're not in charge of this financial system. We're not in charge of the legislation. No matter how much we vote. You know what I'm saying? It seems like there's a certain system set in place where people will honor the system that's set in place. The people that run will change to honor the system, for the system to keep the status quo. So when we get to talking about family court laws and child support laws, and you know what I'm saying, every man's story isn't heard. One thing, and I got to speak about just some manly things right quick because they need to be said. I sincerely believe, no man should, make a mockery of the footsteps of his father, or the mockery of the footsteps of another father or another man, because the world requires so much of you as a man as it is. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about in the scripture how they say that you will earn your money or earn your way by the sweat of your brow. It's not a game. Each and every one of us men on the line can agree that, you know what I'm saying, like and you too, Queen, you know what I'm saying, the phrase, oh, that's a grown ass man, you know what I'm saying, that means he can get it himself. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about him. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to do this for no grown-ass man. You hear people say that. When you hear people, there's a certain charge upon manhood as it is. You know what I'm saying? But then when you talk about black men on top of that, and there's a system that we did not create, a financial system that we did not create on a racist world where race is literally, can your ethnic group make it to the finish line of humanity to the next 100 years, and so on and so on. So you see what I'm saying? When that is set up for you to have a lack of deficit, you see what I'm saying?
I mean, it just really depends on, and then it really don't depend on that because you got your own mind and you can depend on your own self to make your own decisions. But it kind of does depend on like the type of energy you were raised in.
Yeah.
Like what kind of energy? If you raised by somebody who was saying that love equals this, this, and this, then you're gonna be different from somebody who says that love is equal to this and this and this. You know, it just depends on like what
value
type of
standards.
energy you're raised with
and your value set. You know,
my parents weren't ratchet.
We got
weren't
our
bougie.
cousin. We got our cousin on the line, Tim. Tim Abney. He's not calling, but he had a comment. You know what I'm saying? Tim, thank you, man. You know what I'm saying? For tuning in this late. You know, Tim said, life is a journey. We all take different paths. But hopefully we arrive where we should be. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out for all of us. We need to help our brothers and sisters rise up. Rise up. Voting is the wool the government pulls over our eyes to make us think we have a voice. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Tim, thank you, man.
Thank you, Brother Tim.
Thank you, Brother Tim. You know what I'm saying? So, voting is, you know, so when we talk about having a voice and we talk about cancel culture and we talk about all of the different things that's going on right now, ultimately, you know, we have to have the spirit of truth within us and not be afraid, you know, to even move in truth or speak truth when it's time. Hey, brother Air, you said what? So how do you feel about telling people about God and stuff, right? So from my understanding about God, you know, when I talk with people, I try to tell them, you know what I'm saying, things that would lift them up from where they're at, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a lady at the gas station the other day. You know, she's like, you got 75 cents? I said, you know what I'm saying?
She said, nobody got Jesus?
No, I gave her 75 cents. I said, you know what? I said, you know, you got the power of the creator inside of you. The word creator means creator. And you have the power of the creator, which the meaning you, creator inside of you. You have the power to create your universe how you want it to. You know, because check it out. Every circumstance and situation that we have, you know, we are the divine architect in some kind of way or another to some degree based on the decisions that we make and the things that we believe.
So how did you feel while you were saying that to somebody who was asking for 75 cents?
I'm reminding them of their power because what it is.
I'm saying, like, how did you, like, did you feel uncomfortable at a certain point saying it?
No. You know, it wasn't no reason for, I didn't need the 75 cents, she did. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no reason to feel uncomfortable for me to say it. You know what I'm saying? She did, hey, you asked for it when you asked for the 75 cents. You know what I'm saying?
I would feel kind of too,
you know, well, but hold on.
prideful, I guess.
No, you know, she asked for the message when she asked for the change. You know what I'm saying? So anytime, you know, somebody asks me for some money, if I got it and I give it to them, I'll remind them of their power, and I even might let them know they bullshit.
So how did she receive it?
So she's thank you. I remember that. Yeah, I bet you will. You're going to be out here tomorrow. Probably ain't going to be listening to me. That's what I said in my head to myself. But, you know, to the greater point,
think she listened.
you know what I'm saying, that I'm making is that when, you know what I'm saying, I want to, like, relay the gospel, the good news, according to the scripture, he said, he that is in me is more than he that is in the world. So me professing that the Most High, the Savior, the Christ frequency energy is inside of me, because that makes it personal. So by me embodying that and living my life and you know, trying to tap into that positive energy and frequency, it inspires me to tell other people to jump on and hang on to what it is that I feel that inspires me, because I can see that in myself. So I feel comfortable, you know what I'm saying, letting people know about God, because God is a living God inside of me. And if he living inside of me, I tell them, look, hey, if God wasn't real, you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't be getting this message right here for this right here and this right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just a messenger. But, you know, I'm just reminding you of yourself. And you helping me to do it. And by me doing that, you reminding me also of the God in me.
Nice talk, brother Mario.
You know.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, hey man, well, you didn't answer that question. That about,
Which one? There are two questions, sir.
there was two questions. Yeah, it was two. I don't
Well,
know if you didn't answer both of them. Answer both of them.
exactly. Well, the first one, of course, I had to relearn everything. I mean,
Yeah.
just coming here to the West, we always had this in all the mythologies and scripture and all that the land of the West, or Ozer lays in the West, he's the great Westerner. And I always feel that there's something is missing. Okay, yes, we have all these culture, we have all this history, but no, there is something beyond. Like there is something missing. I need to go check it. Okay, and it's not here. It's not here anymore. So, coming to the West, and I wasn't culturally shocked or anything. I always used to visit, and I was just amazed about the mentality of the people. And I try to understand. You try to adapt. There's a new place, a new era, a new life. So I came across a lot of things that I didn't come across in Africa, and it was mind opening for me, the way that you would ask a person, why are you doing this? And he will tell me, why not? So I started asking all these questions about, oh, why not? Why is this? Why not? Why? Which made me want to relearn everything, starting with faith. You always start with, that faith. Where is the creator? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong?
Yeah.
And I ran up to great people,
Come on, man. Come
especially
on.
here in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Say
Yeah.
again, sir?
I said, come on. You say, am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? I mean, I've been there.
Yeah,
But
I was. Yeah, I was always asking, like, what is the purpose? There's something missing. You feel a nudge in your stomach, like, hold on, there is something missing. I need to go find it. So, of course, I didn't. The main issue we still got in Africa till today, and many of our brothers here don't know, is we also have an identity crisis, too, there in Africa, too.
Yeah.
Even though we know everything, but we still got that. We don't know which sect to go to, or who can call us family and friends and brothers and sisters. We had many fake friends during the history till today.
Yeah.
So coming here, I had to see all these different beliefs and all these different churches and all these different, religions and spirituality and methodology. So I started asking, what is this? What is that? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why? So I had to came to the conclusion that, in order for me to relearn, I gotta forget everything. I gotta start from scratch. You gotta delete everything, and it's very difficult. Because this is embedded too deep in your subconscious that is gonna take a lot of time to get out of this. Brainwashing or this. Because once it hits your subconscious, it's there for a long time without you knowing it.
Yeah.
So it took me years and years, and coming here to New Orleans was it was just like, I met all these people. I mean, I met Brother Mario. I met Elder. Mario knows Elder.
Yeah.
And wow, they were just dropping the science on me. I was like, wow, hold on, this kind of rings bell. It kind of like the teachings we have, but this is the perfect form of it, or this is like the missing link I was looking for.
Yeah.
This is the missing piece of the puzzle, or this is the missing line of the circle. So I dropped everything. I questioned everything. Everything for me was a doubt now. Okay, prove it. How am I gonna prove this or prove that? So I had to delete everything I know, even though it's still kind of embedded. But no, I gotta fight this earth. I gotta find myself. I gotta find what's going on. So it was for me learning the history first. I had to relearn our history, because the history they taught us in school and everywhere, even there in Africa, is not right. only a few people know what's up. And I was, lucky enough to be from that area that they still hold the history like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Then after that, after I got into the mystery, boom, that was it. That was like I was just went, like the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm scratching all this out.
Yeah.
Give me again. Let me relearn it again.
Yeah.
So after learning all this, I don't want to speak to people about the Creator. Why? Because they know deep within, if they spoke within, like the real within, they know everything I'm telling them. So why bother? Okay, because
I could dig that.
majority of the people, they might, it might rub on them the wrong way, like who do you think you are? Just you coming from Africa, you just gonna, act like you know everything and you're gonna teach us and show us. So I always took it as, if you ask me, I might just tell you what I think, but I'm not trying to let you speak, or I'm not trying to make you follow my path. I'm not trying to make you believe what I believe in. I just want to spark this light on you to just know it yourself. I'm not trying to give you the fish. I'm just trying to teach you how I learned how to fish.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and that's it in just few words.
Or just teach you the values or importance of fish. Yeah. Fish is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, so I guess, what I'm saying, the thing like is, as we all.
Second question too.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, the second question.
This was the second question. Yes, I don't feel comfortable talking about people, about the Creator, because each person knows the Creator within self. Each person has this, let's say, image in the subconscious, whatever it is. It might be a person, it might be a light, it might be a darkness. So it's very difficult for me to just come and try to speak in a such private, holy subject to anyone, especially me coming from, way further land. I just thought that people were going to look at it the wrong way. Like, okay, who do you think you are? Like, are you better than me? No. I just think if they ask me, I will tell them what I know or what I think I know. Not, and I'm not telling them so they can follow me or follow my path. And I'm not telling them so they can convert or reconvert I'm just trying to let them. If they ask me, I will answer them sincerely what I know. But just me coming out of the blue, telling them, hey, this, that, of course I'm not. I believe it's going to push people further away from what they're looking for, because there's something they're looking for. It's not me. I found what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
They're looking for something. I'm just going to direct them within. Look inside of you. What's inside of you, the real inside of you is telling you. You will find your own truth. You walk your own path. You're not supposed to follow me. I'm not supposed to be in your path in the first place. So I feel it's very difficult for me to speak about what is the Creator, why am I here. I just direct it to say,
do y'all think
you have your own. Mm-hmm.
Do y'all think that some people actually aren't spiritually connected and that thing ain't inside of them?
So,
of course.
Because there's people. Like sometimes some of the things that I hear people say, and it shocks me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like we should be able to naturally see that.
And that's why I don't believe in evangelism, because, like Mahmoud said, if you know, there are like very few people that I have met that are disconnected from any type of spirituality. So if you are that person that's disconnected from any type of spirituality, there's nothing I can say that can help you at this point. You know what I mean? It's like within.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely within. But
that's interesting. That's interesting see, when you start talking to some people about religion, and they start talking about God, and we start getting into the mechanics of it and really getting into it. And then all of a sudden, the conversation gets to a point where they say, well, that's God. That's the Creator. That's just the way He wants it. And so now they cut it off Why? Because now they can't explain it.
Yeah.
But you know what
They
that
were given
represents?
God
You know what
limits.
that represents? That represents exhaustion. They're
Mm.
exhausted.
Yeah.
They done exhausted their whole, So now they say, well, that's the creator.
Mm.
They I mean, wait a minute. First we were talking about some mechanics and we were getting into, and then all of a sudden you just say, well, that's God. That's just
just
God.
I'm done.
That's the way God
Mm.
does it. And so what that represents is exhaustion. They done got to a
Mm.
point
Yeah.
You feel uncomfortable
in
even
their
going that
brain,
far.
in their mind, they can't even think no more. So
Yeah.
they use that the God.
Yeah, it's kind of as if
Oh, that's
you
the
are
creator.
doing something anti-God-like by digging deep into it,
Mm.
Most folks can't really dig deep into the mechanics of that kind of spirituality when they start talking about their deities. They
Mm.
they really rely on memory based on remembering the scriptures,
That ain't gonna
just
help
like
nobody in
remembering
real
a
life.
script. Remembering a script,
Yeah.
Mm.
It's not
you
really gonna
know.
help in real life though. In real life
This
situations, you
is
gotta know God for yourself, and God is a very personal, fluctuating type of source. So, for instance, you can't go by black and white of what you read in the Bible. If you're looking for God I look for God in the Bible, and I ain't find him in the Bible.
Yeah,
I found him inside
but
of me.
Sister Kelly, that's not sociable. That's not you can't you got to be sociable with this thing. You know what I mean? That's what the church is based off of. Us socializing, us
Yeah.
talking about the scriptures and being sociable, with it. And so that's how they can all come together and worship together.
Mm. Mm.
yeah.
But I like the point that Mario was saying, though, that are they non-spiritual people or, let's say, empty from the inside or counterfeit? Yes, they
Oh
are. And
man.
guess what? It's not, see, you got to always keep in mind, this kind of knowledge and spirituality and vibration is not meant for everybody. It's not meant for the majority. It's always been that way. It's always going to be a few who knows about it and the rest of the people comes around them. That's why you got to look at it. You cannot save all of them.
Yeah, that's
Because in the
actually
world we live in,
that's actually a
in the
Calvinist
world we live in,
type of point of view.
you're going to have positive and you're going to have negative. You can't have all of them positive or all of them negative. You cannot just erase the rest. You cannot just have everybody on this, understanding or on this level and they all do the same thing. It's impossible. So for us thinking that we actually can, say again?
No, go ahead. I'm saying I totally agree.
Yeah. So we cannot exhaust ourselves and think that, hey, we're supposed to save all these people. I'm supposed to sacrifice myself for all these people because not all these people deserve it, first of all. Second of all, not all people want it. Not all people like spiritual
Actually,
things and higher vibrations.
So when you look at
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Well,
When you look at the
you,
story
you
of
know,
Lot,
you go to a church. You go to a church, and there are really some sweet and beautiful people in those churches. Sometimes you run into,
of course,
the nicest.
Yeah.
I mean, just people who are just so nice,
works for themselves. They found
beautiful
what
people.
works for themselves.
Beautiful, yeah, just some beautiful people, and they kind of know, like we talked earlier, they kind of know that they don't know, but they're like, they're on that social kind of connection because they think that, well, I have to be connected to God and the house of the Lord. So there's a lot of folks who are like what Mario and Sister Kelly was talking about with the church, just and they still go faithfully. It's those who show up every Sunday, but boy, they got real problems with the church.
Yes,
Have y'all ever
yes,
heard of
and I mean,
Calvinist? Have y'all ever heard of Calvinist? Calvinist?
Say that again.
Calvinist.
Calvinist.
Yeah, like
Calvinist.
CALVINIST.
That's a
This is
that's
also
a
So
that's a
a
Protest.
sect or
That's a
something like
form of
that, correctly?
Protestant
It's a
Christianity, right?
it's a subsection of Christianity. When I was going to the seminary, there are so many different, like they have Christians who believe that Paul's books of the Bible should not be in the Bible. But then the Calvinists believe, and it's a section of Christianity, and they ain't in majority by a long shot. They're in the very minority. But they believe that exactly what Mahmoud was saying. Like if you called and you feel whatever you feel for the God that we speak of, this is what I believe. God is God, the creator. But if you feel like you are called to be God's child, then you are God's child. And they do not believe in evangelists at all, like in evangelism or converting or speaking of or talking about it to other people. They don't
talk
believe in that
about
at all.
evangelism. Talk about evangelism. What I mean, we know, and I guess we all see the mega churches and
Yep.
that whole vibe. But talk about that. What's the what and what did that come out of, and how did that develop?
So
Keep
I
thinking
don't
about
know
Billy
the
Graham.
you know what I'm saying,
The
the history of it, but
the
I would
mega
believe
church.
that the evangelism and the mega churches came out of or had some kind of roots in revivals and revivalism. And you know what I'm saying, when I think about evangelist, I think about a traveling preacher that's going from town to town.
Well, it came from the Crusades and the Roman
Yeah.
Catholic Church.
Thank you, Queen. Oh, god dang.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
we learned about
Oh,
all of this in
my
the
goodness.
seminary.
Yeah, she said it came from the Crusades. You know what I'm saying? Well, since you want to hear from that point, you know what I'm saying, talking about evangelism and the Crusades.
And by the way, the seminary has only minimum respect for the Catholic Church.
Well-
Really, no respect except for what you would call due respect.
Now, you know what I would say. Now, tomorrow night we got we gonna have a very good guest on tomorrow night. And this brother that's gonna be on tomorrow night, he was born in all into the church culture and everything, but at a point in time he got kind of to the occult per se, but it's not really a cult. It's more like Bobby Hemmett type information. But a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, he just it's gonna be a very interesting conversation tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? So as we
Nice.
talk about getting into
And he's
evangelism.
actually gonna be here, right?
Yeah, the evangelism and history.
Amazing.
And the evangelism and history and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We also, we need to this is gonna tie in to tomorrow. Because I think it's we could go all night. On the cipher.
Well, Mario,
Oh yeah.
everybody talk about evangelism.
So we gonna talk about evangelism right quick. You know what I'm saying? And then we gonna come up with our last points for the night. But evangelism, what I'm saying, from my understanding, and what I see, the problem within it is that most evangelists want, first thing is, what I'm saying, if you gonna come pushing your scripture on me, your perception of what you think your faith is, if you're not, what I'm saying, black, and you coming with that, you should tread very lightly as it is. You shouldn't really do it, but because that of the you shouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? The history of slavery and all of the history of how religion was used
It just
to
won't come off right coming from a
yeah,
white
it
person.
won't.
Huh?
It's just not. If now you got a lot of black people out here that they don't think that deep, so you might get lucky. You know what I'm saying? But you might come across a black person that what I'm saying, think some kind of way, and they and it's not like black versus white, but what I'm saying, that's one thing about evangelism. Another thing about evangelism is that a lot of so-called evangelists, they aren't prepared for intelligent discussion. You know what I'm saying? And they aren't prepared for people that have an understanding of the word. You know what I'm saying? And, another thing, and I'm not knocking evangelism, but at the same time, like you said, your relationship with the Most High Creator is so deep that you can't really try to package your own relationship up to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Because that's their walk. The scriptures are where there's a reference and a guide for us to know how to live, like the Proverbs or the metaphors of the different scriptures and stuff like that. I sincerely believe that if I had to have an interpreter to what I'm saying, break down the Bible to me, then it's useless to me. You know what I'm saying? On in a common level. You know what I'm saying? If I gotta have an interpreter to access the knowledge of the word, then it only causes further doubt and misbelief and disbelief. You know what I'm saying? So when an evangelist comes, and they come without knowledge of the word, you know what I'm saying, they can actually hurt, you know what I'm saying, a person's walk with seeking higher spiritual knowledge. Then the other thing about this is, it is my belief that, if there is possible for all things to be possible as far as like different spiritual structures to exist, I believe that they are all possible and all occur and are all synced up in some way, form, or fashion to one another, and not at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like when they talk about the multiverse and they talk about parallel dimensions and other dimensions, these things would allow for all of these things to connect. You know what I'm saying? And it makes sense, so that's my thing.
It makes sense, but yeah, I totally believe you in this, but I believe the people who try to do this parallel universe thing are trying to rewrite our history and put themselves in as, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I definitely believe that too, man. You know what I'm saying? Like what behind a lot of the talk about breaking down the mysteries of the universe is a great level of racism dealt in that. I was checking out how they were talking about the stuff with Donald Trump and this Israeli space minister of defense, and it was talking about there's actually a galactic federation of aliens or something like that that's been visiting the planet. So, and then they got to talking about one of the names of the groups was the Tall Whites, and they're supposed to be these tall Nordic.
Even the aliens got the white one superior, huh?
Like, God damn, I can't escape this shit in outer space. What the fuck? You know what
Oh man!
Like, dang, man,
we don't stand a chance.
We can't get a break. We can't
universal
get a break,
universal racism.
Universal racism.
Yeah.
Shit.
Man.
We should sing this song, Mario. We should make this song together. It's called Universal Racism.
Universal racism. I said, damn, man. If they got the racist aliens in outer space, I just don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying?
No, because these people, without saying who they are, they couldn't find a trace of them on Earth. Okay, they couldn't find a trace here. So guess what? They're gonna trace themselves to some superior other, intergalactic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And try to rule from that point.
Yeah.
Why do you think from the beginning they want you to look up on there? That's their plan, because nothing up there is your friend. You got to keep this in mind.
This is where it happens.
Nothing up there is,
right.
Nothing up there is your friend.
Well,
you don't know what's up there. So why trust them? I mean, you are here and we're having all these problems. Imagine you go to another dimension and another universe. Why would you trust them? You know absolutely nothing about it. Why pray for them? Why worship them? Why want to be like them? Yeah. Because they bring in them as them to come here to enslave you again in the mind and the spirit and everywhere. That's what I think happening. I might be wrong. But this is what the
scripture says, because that the kingdom of heaven is within man. the kingdom of heaven is within man. Heaven refers to the stars and the space. See, our bodies are spaceships because we are in space and the earth is in space. And our
Yeah.
body is the ship
Yeah.
on earth. So, it's
Well, the
like,
way I think about it, I think that, like, you know how they say as above, so below?
uh-huh.
I think that there
Yes.
is actually the tall whites up there, and there are also the, what is it called that we, Elohim? No, not,
Anunnaki.
yeah, Anunnaki. That's the
Ah.
black people up there. You know what I'm saying? And then there's all these other
Yeah.
Space
species.
Hebrews.
And I just think that when we see a George Floyd get killed, that means that a battle up above was lost. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
I
But
just think it's
but,
like
but this is my
all
question.
connected.
But this is my question though. We all dislike seeing our people in a bad position, and we
Yeah.
all dislike oppression. Nobody likes to see anything. I'm against that. This is inhumane.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing you can do to a human, and film it and do an agenda behind it and make billions of dollars. That's just too evil. But at the same time,
Get a
why
book
would
deal.
I praise a man that I know nothing about and put him as, you know what I'm saying? We just got to think, because obviously this man was killed in a very bad way, okay? In a way nobody deserves. But at the same time, this is my question. Why praise him too much? Yes, he deserved all this, prayers and respect, and we believe he kind of sacrificed for us. But why is he a
victim?
symbol, though? Like,
Yeah.
why is
they,
he
That's a-
being
they were even
That's a good
overpraised?
question.
Yeah, that's
They
what
were
exactly
even
what I was
saying
talking
that
about
that
when
it
we
was
started.
that it didn't happen, that it was some Hollywood joke or
Yeah.
skit or something.
Yeah.
And I started hearing that.
Let me jump
You
in
would
there.
hear that too.
Let me jump
They
in
heard he
there.
was a drug addict and all kind of bad stuff about him too. I heard that too. But
Yeah, let me
and
jump
in the
there,
end,
man.
And they were
why?
trying to
Why
paint
the
him as a
focus?
martyr
Like,
Let
as
me
he
why
jump
just
in
chose
there.
to
Let
focus
me
die.
in
jump
one
in there. Let me
individual
jump in
or
there.
one name?
Let me jump in there right quick. When you think
Go
about
ahead, my
the
brother.
name George Floyd, that is a real common, two common type names, George and Floyd, right? George Floyd, they tried to market his image as every nigga, right? You know what I'm saying? Just to be honest. You know what I'm saying? So when
Yes.
when they get us to buy into the frequency of every nigga being killed by the police, and when I say that, what I mean, first of all, nigga, y'all know meaning king, Negus. You know what I'm saying? Because when they talk about every nigga being killed like that, when you see George Floyd, he looks like every nigga. He looks like, you know what I'm saying, that nigga going in a corner store. He look like that nigga that could be driving a Amazon Prime truck dropping off some shit. He look like that nigga that could, you know what I'm saying, he could be
Amazon Prime truck.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He look like that nigga that
Where
could be a deacon at a church.
where you get
You know what I'm
you get
saying?
that example from?
I mean-
Amazon Prime truck.
I mean, this is what they always put us
you
at,
know
my
what I'm
brother.
saying? They
Air.
sing-
They
they-
always give us this stereotypical
You know what I'm saying? What's up, big
occupancy.
dog? You know what I'm saying? He look like
Damn,
every
Amazon Prime
You know what
truck.
I'm
Yeah,
saying?
this is
Like-
so funny, man.
he look
Go
like a
ahead,
nigga
brother
with-
Mario. We don't
look,
mean to cut you
know
off.
what
This is
I'm
just
saying?
too funny,
But,
man.
he look like every nigga, right? He look like the nigga that
Like,
got the big
whoa.
rims, right? Driving down the street on the strip. He look like the nigga that could be the first black politician in a city. He look like that nigga. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He look like that nigga that used to play
That
football.
bougie nigga.
He look like that nigga that could play
But that
basketball.
nigga not
You know what
you
I'm saying?
or
You
me.
know,
And they make it seem as though it could be you or me.
Exactly.
But that's not true.
Yeah.
Ain't everybody out here getting killed by the police.
But
Everybody is on a personal journey.
yeah.
I can't say why something happened to you, but you can say why something happened to you. You know what I'm saying? It is
Yeah.
not my job to protest. Oh, we in something else now. Because, see, this going to make people mad. It's not my job to protest what has happened to you on your journey.
family
I
better
can't answer for you.
If
I can answer for my
look,
child or
look,
my
it's
family.
like, you know what I'm saying,
I
your
can't answer
family
for no stranger.
your family better, you know what I'm saying, if it mean that much to you, instead of expecting all the other black people that look like you to start marching and rioting, your family better go handle their business. You know what I'm saying? And keep it on the eye
Well,
for
you know
your eye.
that
If that's what the case-
that attitude right there would cause some real problems, because
Damn, we lost a call on that shit. You there? What, like it's over the limit? Is that what it was? Yeah, what happened? Ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical things going on in the studio with the Skype right now. But, just in closing things, you know what I'm saying? We talking about a lot of deep issues. And, these things must be discussed. Ultimately, yeah, I do too. Hey, Mahmood and brother Air, if you out there, call back in. We lost you for a second on the Skype call. But as I was making this point, ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get to a point where, we just seeking the truth and, what I'm saying, and things will work out because we on our journey, seek the righteousness of our creator, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so yeah, we don't want to see people, what I'm saying, getting hurt or fighting or doing anything bad, you know what I'm saying? But as we talking about, what I'm saying, justice and peace and those type of things, we can't continually round ourselves up into a victim mindset and victim mode. We must, begin to liberate ourselves in the way that we live, and it doesn't mean, looking for strife, but at the same time walking with power. You know what I'm saying? Walking with assurance and confidence. Mahmood, I think you were saying something, man. You back, bro? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we finish this cipher, we gonna catch y'all tomorrow. We got a real good guest. We gonna shut it on down for the night. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the cipher. Peace and Godspeed. Y'all have a good night.